Volume 1, The Seed. Chapter 1, Yangshi Lane. Rain pricked the neon lights of Neo-Kyoto like fine needles. Kai Thorne crouched on the rusted fire escape of No. 43 Yangshi Lane. Rainwater slid down the texture of his black tactical suit, pooling by his boots. The scanner on his left eye glowed with a faint blue light, penetrating layers of illegal structures and interwoven holographic advertisements, scanning the temporal spatial fabric of this slum. Area scan complete. Chrono trace density, 1. 7 standard units per cubic meter. The AI assistant's voice echoed in his cochlea. No abnormal fluctuations. Fronet. Something was off tonight. There was an indescribable viscosity in the air, as if time itself was having an asthma attack. He increased the scanner's sensitivity. The world in his vision began to layer. A blue stream of normal time flow, red historical chrono traces, and a touch of gold. Uncategorized energy signature detected. The scanner's alarm grew sharp. Match probability 67%. Updating, match probability 89%. Warning, energy signature consistent with the prime marker theoretical model. The prime marker, that was just a legend from the TTC training manuals, a forbidden project declared a failure 30 years ago, all its data destroyed. Pinpoint coordinates, he said in a low voice. The golden point of light danced in his vision, finally locking onto a discarded vending machine deep in the alley. Kai leaped from the fire escape, landing silently, his right hand already resting on the time-lag pistol at his waist, a weapon that wasn't lethal but could slow a target's temporal flow to 1/10 of normal speed. The alley's stench of mildew mixed with the cheap aroma of synthetic food. A homeless man curled in a cardboard box, muttering to himself. A few mechanical rats foraged in a pile of garbage. The golden point of light was 10 meters ahead, suspended in midair like a solidified teardrop. Kai activated the holographic playback function. The scanner projected a faint blue light, reconstructing the lingering temporal spatial records of this coordinate point. Playback start. A rainy night 30 years ago. Timestamp 23:47:33. A small, thin figure stumbled into the alley. A boy about 10 years old, barefoot, his clothes so tattered they barely covered him. He rummaged through the garbage, found half a bag of expired nutrient paste, and devoured it ravenously. Then he saw the gun. It lay in a puddle, silver white, its design so minimalist it was almost elegant, less like a weapon and more like a work of art. The boy hesitated for a full 3 minutes before extending a trembling hand. The gun was not wet. It floated on the water's surface as if unbound by gravity. The boy picked up the gun. The grip automatically adjusted to the size of his hand, emitting a soft, pulsating light. He raised it, aiming at the wall at the end of the alley, where there was only graffiti and mildew. He pulled the trigger. No sound, no beam, no recoil. But Kai's scanner captured it. A ring of faint golden quantum code expanding from the muzzle, passing through the wall like a ripple, through the building, through all of Yangshi Lane, and then disappearing into the city's time stream. The boy dropped the gun as if it were a red-hot coal. He turned and fled, vanishing into the curtain of rain. The gun remained for 17 seconds, then disintegrated into countless points of light and dissipated into the air. Playback end. Kai stood rooted to the spot, rainwater dripping from his chin. The scanner was still alarming, but no longer for that golden chrono trace. It was for him. Warning: high concentration of causality radiation residue detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. Kai didn't move. He had violated Article 17 of the Operation Manual, using causality perception without authorization. He closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink beneath the surface of time. The world changed. It was no longer a three-dimensional space, but countless interwoven lines, causality threads. Most were thin and gray, the minor choices of daily life. Which road to take today, what to eat for breakfast, who to smile at. But this one before him. It was golden, as thick as a baby's arm, stretching from 30 years ago, so heavy it nearly crushed the fabric of time. This wasn't just a chrono trace. It was an anchor point. Kai opened his eyes and quickly operated the scanner. Upload record, encryption level, 7, send directly, 2. His fingers stopped midair. An anonymous message popped up on the screen with only 5 words. Cease investigation. Level 7 contamination. The message self-destructed after 3 seconds, leaving no trace. Kai stared at the blank screen. The rain fell harder, drumming against the corrugated iron roofs like countless fingers, questioning. Level 7 contamination. The TTC's highest threat level, one that theoretically only existed in training simulations. The handbook said that in the event of a Level 7 anomaly, the hunter's only option was immediate evacuation to await the task force's handling. He took one last look at the location of the golden chronoscar. Quantum encoding was deeply embedded in the fabric of time, like a seed waiting to sprout. Kai turned and left the alley, his steps faster than when he arrived. But he didn't return to headquarters. He went to the memory graveyard, the largest underground intelligence hub in Neo-Kyoto City, where not information but fragments of memory were traded. The anonymous warning hadn't deterred him. Instead, it had confirmed one thing. This seed, planted 30 years ago, was about to bear fruit. And someone didn't want him to see what that fruit looked like. 117th floor of the TTC headquarters, Eternal Clock Tower, Chronoscar Archive Center. Kai stood before a query terminal, the screen reflecting his grim face. Last night's rain felt like a cold, damp film clinging to his skin, impossible to shake off. Access request denied. The AI's voice was calmly emotionless. File Chronos 707 requires Level 8 authorization. Your current authorization, Level 5. Request temporary authorization elevation, Kai said, his fingers sliding across the screen to pull up last night's records. Based on the Level 7 anomaly threat discovered on site. Request submitted. Estimated review time, 48 hours. 48 hours. Enough time for any evidence to vanish, for any witnesses to be silenced. Kai shut down the terminal and turned toward the observation area. Beyond the massive curved glass curtain wall, Neo-Kyoto City stretched out in the morning mist, aerial trains like silver threads weaving between skyscrapers. Beneath the city's glossy facade, places like Yangshi Alley were festering, and chronoscars were like putrid wounds, seeping the pus of time. You look like you haven't slept all night. Lena Chen leaned against the data analysis desk, holding a cup of coffee. She was a Level 3 observer, with eyes that could see through most lies and a messy tangle of chestnut hair. There's a chronoscar in Yangshi Alley, Kai said. First-generation marker level. Lena's coffee cup froze midair. Are you sure? Scanner confirmed. But I can't access the file. Kai lowered his voice. Chronos 707. Do you know anything about it? Lena's eyes flickered. She put down her cup, her fingers tapping a rhythm on the desktop. There's secret code for bugged. Let's talk somewhere else. 5 minutes later, they coincidentally met on the clock tower's top observation deck. Strong winds tore at their uniforms, the city 300 meters below reduced to a miniature model. Chronos 707. Lena leaned against the railing, her voice fragmented by the wind. Archived 3 years ago. Archivist, the deputy director himself. Access locked down, all query records flagged. Why? Don't know. But I do know one thing. Lena turned to look at him. All hunters who investigated this chronoscar were transferred within a year. Transferred. Or accidental death, Lena said. Hansen, remember him? Fell from the 137th floor 2 years ago. Conclusion was suicidal depression. A week before he died, he applied for temporary authorization for 707. Could remember Hansen. A good-natured man who always said he'd open a bakery after retirement. And Molly, transferred to the Arctic observation post, went missing 3 months later. The rescue team only found her damaged protective suit. She told me something before she left. Lena mimicked Molly's trembling voice. That child is still watching me from time. The child, the boy in Yangshi Alley. What's in a file? Kai asked. I don't know, but if you really want to find out. Lena pulled a data chip from her pocket and slipped it into Kai's hand. Go to the memory graveyard, find a grave digger, tell him my name, and he'll show you something. The chip was warm, still carrying Lena's body heat. Why are you helping me? Kai asked. Lena looked at the distant city skyline, her expression complex. Because of my sister. 5 years ago, After investigating a chronoscar, she voluntarily underwent memory erasure. Now she's in a suburban sanatorium, looking out the window every day, waiting for someone who will never come to take her home. She turned to leave, and before the glass door closed, she looked back and said, "Be careful, Kai. Some people don't want the past dug up, especially when they're the ones who buried the body." The memory graveyard was on the third underground level of Neo-Kyoto City, its entrance a 24-hour android brothel. Kai walked through corridors reeking of cheap perfume and lustful moans, pushing open an iron door marked "Restricted Access, Server Room." Inside was another world. Rows of server racks hummed. The fluorescent glow of coolant flowed in the darkness, and the air was thick with the smell of ozone and old wires. The gravedigger was an old man as thin as a skeleton, his eye sockets embedded with obsolete mechanical prosthetic eyes. The lenses made a sharp, grinding sound of gears when they rotated. Lena's little friend. His voice was like sandpaper on metal. "Whose grave do you want to dig?" "Chronoscar, 707, Kai said, "and the boy who fired the gun." The gravedigger smiled, revealing 3 gold teeth. "That one. A truly interesting grave." He tapped on the console, and a holographic screen lit up, displaying a yellowed paper file photo, a format from 30 years ago. Project number, TTA-001 marker. Experiment name, Project Absolute Justice. Lead researcher, Lin Yu, first director of TTA. Experimental subject, Lin Shi, son of researcher Lin Yu, 7 years old. Experiment date, new calendar year 47, March 11th. Experiment objective, to verify the feasibility of the causal marking theory. Experiment record summary. Kai read quickly. Lin Yu's theory was simple. If wrongdoers could be made to inevitably suffer the consequences of their actions, crime will become meaningless. He designed a causal marking gun. The shooter would not be punished immediately, but the cause planted would bear effect at the optimal moment in space-time. It could be 30 years later, it could be tomorrow, but it would definitely come. And the experiment needed an anchor. Causality needed to be attached to a real emotional connection. So Lin Yu used his own son. 7-year-old Lin Chi raised the gun in the lab and pulled the trigger at a virtual target. Quantum code was injected into his life signal, and he became a living transmitter. The experiment was a success, the gravedigger said, pointing to the next paragraph, but also a failure. Post-experiment 72-hour observation record. Subject Lin Shi begins to experience spatiotemporal perception anomalies. Claims to be able to see lines, described as the fate lines of others. Day 3. Subject suffers emotional breakdown, attempts to gouge out his own eyes. Day 7. Experiment terminated. Lin Shi transferred to a closed sanatorium. Day 14. Director Lin Yu submits project termination report, all data destroyed. Day 21. Lin Shi disappears from the sanatorium, whereabouts unknown to this day. The official story ends there. The gravedigger brought up another file, unofficial, a scanned handwritten document, the writing sloppy. But some graves aren't buried very deep. It was a fragment from a security guard's diary. New calendar year 47, April 3rd, sunny. Director Lin came again today, stood in the empty hospital room for an hour. I heard him muttering to himself. "Chi, where are you?" Daddy was wrong. When he left a package in the room. I secretly opened it and looked. It was the child's toy, a mechanical bird that could sing. There was a note inside the bird's belly, which I copied down. "If you still remember, if you can still hate, then come find me. Or find those who are like me." What does it mean? The gravedigger turned off the screen. 3 years after Lin Shi disappeared, the first motiveless perfect crime occurred in Neo-Kyoto. The murderer never appeared, but the victims were all personnel involved in the marking gun project back then. 7 researchers, all dead within 3 years, and their deaths all looked like accidents. Lin Shi is seeking revenge. Or the gravedigger leaned closer, the lenses of his mechanical eyes focusing on Kai's face. Someone is using his ability to kill. He tapped on the keyboard, and a final file popped up. It was a photograph. The boy from Yangshi Alley, but clearer. A dirty face, eyes abnormally large, with golden specks deep in the pupils. The note at the bottom of the photo. Name, Chi, codename, 0. Status, Active. Last sighting, new calendar, year 77, current year. Associated case, Chrono, Scar, 707. Warning, extremely dangerous. Contact may lead to causal contamination. Kai stared at the photo. The boy's eyes were like two mirrors, reflecting the weight of 30 years. One more piece of information, the gravedigger said, on the house. After his son disappeared, Director Lin Yu secretly restarted the project. This time he changed his method, no longer using a living person as an anchor, but rather the descendants of causal immune individuals. What do you mean? Some people are naturally resistant to the laws of causality. Their choices can break predictions. Lin Yu wanted to collect this gene to create the perfect marker carrier. The gravedigger paused. Your father, Dr. Adrian Thorne, was the lead researcher on this project. Kai felt the ground beneath his feet waver. 3 years ago, the gravedigger continued. On the very day Chrono Scar 707 appeared, your father vanished. The official explanation was an experimental accident, but he pulled up the last image, a partially redacted missing person report with a familiar signature in the signature box. Marcus Tyne, the current deputy director of the TTC. He's now the only one with access to the full archives, the gravedigger said. If you want to keep digging this grave, you'll have to be prepared to confront him. As Kai left the memory tomb, the underground city's fluorescent lights flickered overhead like dying stars. His communicator vibrated, a message from TTC headquarters. Hunter Kai Thorne, please return immediately for questioning. Regarding last night's assignment in Yangshi Alley, there are multiple procedural violations that require clarification. Sender, Deputy Director's Office. Kai deleted the message and turned off his communicator. He looked up at the stairs leading to the surface, light seeping from the crack under the door like a knife wound. Now he knew. Chrono, Scar, 707 was no accident. The boy, Chi, was no ordinary street urchin. His father's disappearance was no accident. And he was standing on the edge of a grave buried for 30 years, a shovel in his hand. Those below had already begun to knock on the coffin lid. In the derelict data church, religious icons were replaced by holographic billboards, slices of Jesus' face fragmented by scrolling ads for aphrodisiacs. The stained glass windows were long gone, boarded up with plywood, and the drumming of raindrops sounded like a gentle knocking. Milo sat in the confessional, if it could still be called a confessional. The partition had been removed, leaving only a broken sofa, an old CRT television flickering with static, surrounded by stacks of empty liquor bottles and spare parts. His left, I was a mechanical prosthetic, its lens so grimy its original color was obscured, turning with a dry, grinding sound. Lena said you were still breathing. Kai stood in the doorway, rainwater dripping from him, pooling on the floor. Not breathing too smoothly. Milo's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper grating rusted iron, but still breathing. Seat. Kai didn't sit. He scrutinized the legendary hunter, codenamed Old Gun, who 20 years ago had single-handedly dealt with the Chrono Scar riot, saving half the district at the cost of his left eye and 60% of his lung function. His pension was enough for a rehabilitation villa, but he chose this place, somewhere even vagrants found too dilapidated. Just ask. Milo uncorked a bottle of liquor, drank directly from the neck without a glass. You don't have much time. Tyne's people are already on their way. Kai's pupils contracted. How do you know? Because I'm not completely blind yet. Milo pointed to his mechanical prosthetic eye. This thing's outdated, but it can still tap into a few old friend surveillance. A black government car left the clock tower 10 minutes ago, heading this way. They're not coming to invite you for tea. Kai quickly assessed the situation. 2 choices, run now or gamble that Milo truly had information worth the risk. Chrono, Scar, 707, he said. The marker gun, Lin Chi. Milo smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. Straight to the heart of it, I like that. He took another swig of liquor. You know why they call me Old Gun? Because of your shooting record. No. Milo put down the bottle, looking at Kai with his good right eye. Because I was the first gun. He swept aside his graying hair from his forehead. On his temple, there was a faint golden scar, shaped like a bullet graze, but Kai's scanner showed it was a quantum burn, a permanent mark left by causal radiation. Neo Era 47, I was 25, just promoted to a level 3 hunter. Milo's voice grew distant. Director Lin Yu himself sought me out, spoke of a secret mission that concerned the future of the entire city. I believed him. Who wouldn't believe the first director? He pointed to his left eye. They showed me the designs for the marker gun. It was beautiful, like a work of art. Lin Yu said this gun could end crime, create true justice. I just needed to do one thing. Be the first test subject. You fired it. At a virtual target in the lab. Milo touched the scar on his temple. No sound, no recoil. I thought it was just a formality. Until 3 days later, his fingers began to tremble. While on patrol, I encountered a robber. A rookie, hands shaking with nerves. I followed protocol, warned him to drop his weapon. He did. But just then, my time-lag pistol misfired. A freak mechanical failure. The bullet grazed his ear and hit the wall. Milo closed his eyes. By the book, that was a level 3 violation. Suspension pending investigation. But the next day, the robber died. A car accident. A truck with failed brakes. The driver was found completely at fault. The autopsy showed a burn mark on his ear, right where my bullet had grazed him. A coincidence, Kai said. I thought so too. Until a month later, I had another accidental violation, using the scanner's deep penetration feature when it wasn't necessary. I was suspended for a week without pay. That week, I was at home. My upstairs neighbor was doing renovations, and a power drill fell, pierced through my ceiling, and missed my head by only 10 centimeters. It landed right where the scanner's receiver. Milo opened his eyes. His mechanical prosthetic eye glowed red. The third time, I intentionally broke the rules. I falsified data in a report. The next day, my mother back home had a sudden heart attack. She'd always had a healthy heart. They got her to the hospital in time, and she survived. But the doctors found an abnormal tissue near her heart, shaped like the initials of my signature. A chill ran down Kai's spine. I want to see Lin Yu. He admitted it. Milo's voice turned icy. The principle of the marker gun. The shooter doesn't bear the immediate consequence, but the cause that is sown will come to effect at the most optimal moment in space-time. You break a rule, and the cause of that violation will seek out the most optimal effect. Maybe you have some bad luck. Maybe someone you love gets hurt. The law of causality calculates it automatically, using the smallest price to achieve the greatest educational impact. He's using it to control the hunters. To control everyone, Milo corrected. He wants to create a world where every evil deed inevitably backfires, where every choice has a fated consequence. Crime would disappear because crime would become meaningless. But he failed because the law of causality needs an anchor. Milo pointed to his scar. And the most stable anchor is the shooter's emotional connection to someone, love, hate, guilt, anything as long as it's strong. My anchor was my mother. Lin Chi's anchor was his father. The marker gun can only hit someone you care about. Milo leaned in, the smell of alcohol on his breath hitting Kai's face. So Lin Chi's bullet, the one fired 30 years ago, it's still in flight. It's waiting for that optimal moment, waiting for a target that will maximize the educational impact. And that target must be someone Lin Chi cares about. Kai remembered the playback from Yangshi Alley. The boy picking up the gun, pulling the trigger, the quantum code spreading. Who was he shooting at? I don't know. Milo leaned back into the sofa. But I know one thing. Lin Yu went mad after his son disappeared. He wanted a perfect marker, one that didn't need an emotional anchor. So he found your father. The static on the television suddenly intensified, emitting a harsh noise. Milo's expression changed. They've jammed the signal. Faster than I expected. He stood up, dragged a metal case out from under the sofa, and tossed it to Kai. Take it. Inside is everything I've collected over the years. Lin Yu's secret research notes, your father's experiment logs, and the original schematics for the marker gun. Kai caught the case. It was heavier than it looked. Why are you helping me? Milo laughed, a kind of relief in his smile this time. Because my causality isn't over yet. He pointed to his mechanical eye. This eye aches every day, reminding me I still have a debt to pay. The shot I fired 30 years ago, its effect hasn't come yet. I'm waiting. The screech of tires came from outside the window. Back door. Milo pointed toward the depths of the church. Go through the altar. There's an underground pipe that leads 3 blocks away. Go now. Kai didn't move. What about you? Me? Milo picked up the liquor bottle and downed the rest of it. I've waited 30 years for this day. Now run. Kai turned and bolted for the altar. Behind him came the sound of the front door being kicked in, men shouting, and then Milo's loud laugh. Pain, still as rude as ever. Kai jumped into the underground pipe, and darkness swallowed him. The last thing he heard was Milo's shout, like a declaration, like a farewell. Tell the kid, the bullet can turn. Then a gunshot, not the hum of a time-lag pistol. It was the loud report of an old-fashioned gunpowder weapon. A single shot. Kai crawled through the pipe, for he didn't know how long, until he saw a sliver of light. He pushed open a rusty grate and stumbled out into an alley, where the rain immediately drenched him. The case was still in his hand. He leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. The scanner activated automatically, detecting 3 tracking signals approaching fast, from 3 directions, a closing net. They knew where he'd come out. Kai opened the case. There were no weapons inside, only data chips, paper notes, and on top, a key with a small, faded puppy charm, and a photograph. A young Milo, holding a little girl. They were both laughing happily. There was writing on the back of the photo, to my daughter, Lily. If Dad doesn't come back, use this key to open the box in the old place. Love, Dad. Kai clenched the key. The metal edge dug into his palm. Figures appeared at the mouth of the alley. Black uniforms. TTC internal security. Kai shoved the box deep into a trash container, closed the lid, and then raised his hands. Okay, torne. The man in the lead flashed his credentials. The deputy director wants to see you. Now, they didn't handcuff him, but all 3 men kept their hands on their holsters. Kai was escorted into an official vehicle. The windows were one-way glass. He couldn't see out. There was no conversation in the car, only the rhythmic sweep of the windshield wipers. He closed his eyes. Milo was dead, to buy him a few minutes to escape, and his warning still echoed in his ears. The marker gun can only hit someone you care about. Lin Chi's bullet is in flight. It's looking for a target. Kai felt the data chips in his pocket, the one from Milo and the one from Lena, and the truth of his father's disappearance. Lin Chi's eyes, the deputy director's signature. The car entered an underpass. The lights streaked across the window like the hash marks of time. He opened his eyes and looked at his reflection in the glass. Suddenly, it wasn't his own face he saw. It was the face of a boy, around 10 years old, grimy, with flecks of gold in his eyes. The boy's lips were moving. There was no sound, but Kai read them. They're coming. The reflection vanished in a flash. Kai whipped his head around. There were only the 3 security officers in the car, their faces blank. But his scanner had caught it, a faint time trace, right where he had been sitting, bearing the same quantum signature as Lin Chi. The boy was watching him. From 30 years ago, through time, he was watching him. The car stopped. The doors opened. The underground parking garage of the Eternal Clock Tower. The cold, white light was like that of an operating room. Out a guard said. Kai stepped out of the car and looked up toward the top of the clock tower where the deputy director's office was. He knew that from now on, every step was a bullet's trajectory, and he was already in the crosshairs. The interrogation room had no windows. The 4 walls were made of sound-absorbing material, and the light was a ghastly white, like the lighting in a morgue. Kai sat in a metal chair. A restrainer on his wrist blinked with a faint blue light. It wouldn't restrict his movement, but if it detected aggressive intent or a causal energy anomaly, it would immediately release a time-lag field, freezing him in slow motion. The door opened. Marcus Thorne walked in. He was in his 50s, his gray hair combed meticulously, his uniform so crisp it looked like it had just been taken out of the box. He held a tablet and had no guards with him. Okay, Thorne. Thorne sat down opposite him, placing the tablet on the table. Hunter, 3rd class. 7 years of service, excellent record. Father was Dr. Adrian Thorne, a former senior researcher at the TTC, went missing during an experiment 3 years ago, presumed deceased. Kai said nothing. Last night, you detected a level 7 contaminated time trace in Yangshi Alley, violated regulations by using causal perception, failed to evacuate according to procedure, investigated a classified file without authorization, and made private contact with former employee Milo, who is now dead, by the way. Preliminary judgment is suicide. Thorne's voice was steady, as if he were reading a weather forecast. According to regulations, Any one of these violations is enough to have you suspended, subjected to a psychological evaluation, or even a memory wipe. The tablet screen lit up, displaying a document. Disciplinary action proposal. The conclusion field was already filled in. Recommendation. Permanent dismissal from duty, mandatory memory wipe. Level B. Erasure of the last 6 months of memory. But I'm hesitating. Thorne leaned forward, his elbows on the table. Because I've seen your scanner logs. The time trace in Yangshi Alley does indeed have the characteristics of a first-generation marker. And the marker project was, in theory, terminated 30 years ago. He brought up another file. A photo of Lin Yu, along with the official approval for the project's termination. So, I'm thinking, Thorne said, that maybe you weren't violating regulations. Maybe you were doing what a hunter is supposed to do, chasing a threat that was supposed to have disappeared. Kai finally spoke. Then why the classified file? Why did something happen to all the investigators? Thorne was silent for a few seconds. He turned off the tablet and clasped his hands together. Because with some truths, the fewer people who know, the better, he said. The marker gun project was never truly terminated. After his son went missing, Director Lin Yu took it underground. The new project is codenamed Closed Loop. The objective is to eliminate the randomness of free will and create a society of absolute control. Kai felt his heart thump heavily in his chest. Your father was the lead researcher. Tane continued. He was initially a willing participant. But 3 years ago, he discovered something that made him change his mind. What was it? Tane didn't answer directly. He pulled up a video, surveillance footage, angled from the laboratory ceiling. Timestamp. 3 years ago, 2 a.m. On the screen, Adrian Thorne stood before the main console, his back to the camera. He was operating something, his movements quick. Then he suddenly turned, facing the camera. No, not the camera, but another person in the room who was out of frame. Kai's father was speaking, but the video was silent. One could only see his lips move, his expression shifting from agitation to anger, and finally, to fear. He whirled back to the console and slammed the red button. Alarm lights flashed. Then, a hand reached in from off-screen, holding a syringe, and plunged it into Adrian's neck. He collapsed to the floor. 2 figures entered the frame and dragged him away. One of them glanced back at the camera. It was a younger Marcus Tane, then the head of security. The video ended. Your father tried to destroy all the data. Tane's voice was flat. He said the closed-loop experiment was anti-human, that the marking gun would devour everyone's future. We stopped him. Kai stared at the image of his father's limp body on the screen. And then you locked him up. He required treatment, Tane said. The closed-loop experiment needs a core computational unit, a brain capable of processing immense amounts of causal data. Your father was the perfect candidate. His causal perception ability was naturally awakened, 3 times the strength of a trained individual. So you turned him into a living computer. We gave him eternal life, Tane corrected. In the time stasis layer, his aging process is 1% of the rate in the outside world. He is working for the future of all humanity. Kai clenched his fists. The limiter emitted a warning beep, its blue light turning red. Relax, Tane said. If you lose control, they will come in, inject you with a sedative, and send you directly to the clearance chamber. Kai forced himself to take deep breaths. 10 times. 20 times. The limiter's light turned back to blue. What do you want? He asked. Your cooperation, Tane said. The closed-loop experiment has entered its final phase. We need a tester, someone who can withstand the full effects of the marking gun, to verify the system's stability. Lin Chi. Correct. Tane brought up a photo of the boy from Yangshi Lane. We've been searching for him for 30 years. Now he's appeared and fired a shot. That bullet is in flight, and we need to know who it will hit, when it will hit, and how to control it. He looked directly into Kai's eyes. When your father designed the closed-loop system, he left a back door. Only he knows its location. We need you to enter the time stasis layer and get it from him. And if I refuse? Tane sighed. Then we'll have no choice but to carry out the disciplinary action. Memory wipe. Transfer to the logistics department. You'll never know what truly happened to your father, never know the truth of the marking gun, and never know. He paused. Your own role in all of this. What do you mean? Tane didn't answer. He stood up, walked to the wall, and pressed a button. The wall turned transparent, revealing an observation room on the other side. A one-way mirror. The people inside couldn't see them. Lena sat inside, her hands secured to the table, with 2 security guards standing behind her. Her expression was calm, but Kai could see her fingers trembling slightly. Lena Chun, Tane said, Level 3 Observer. Last night, she violated regulations by entering the deep archives, attempting to access the complete record of Time Trace 707. She also provided you with an unauthorized data chip. He turned to look at Kai. If you cooperate, she'll receive a formal warning and be reassigned, but she'll keep her memories and her position. If you refuse, Tane shrugged. She's another candidate for the closed-loop experiment. Her causal perception is moderate, but her emotional stability is high. She would make an excellent auxiliary computational unit. Kai stared at Lena in the observation room. She looked up as if she could feel his gaze, a faint, forced smile touching her lips. Then, her lips moved, silently forming the word, don't. Don't agree. Don't give in for her sake. Kai closed his eyes. His father's limp body. Miro's laughter and the sound of a gunshot. Lena's silent plea. And Lin Chi's eyes, watching him from 30 years ago. I need time to think, he said. You have 10 minutes. Tyne walked out of the interrogation room. In 10 minutes, I'll be back for your answer. Remember, Kai, every choice has consequences. And in this room, I decide the consequences. The door closed. Kai sat alone under the pale light. His scanner suddenly activated on its own. His vision doubled. Not the present, but the future. He saw himself standing in the rain, middle-aged, wearing a different uniform. He turned. Blood blossomed between his eyebrows. The image flashed and was gone. Then another. Lena on a medical bed, her eyes vacant, a mechanical arm drilling into her temple. Another. His father in a glass tank, body submerged in liquid, countless cables plugged into his skull. The images came faster and faster, like a runaway projector. Possible futures, countless branches, countless endings. A scanner overheat warning. Kai tried to shut it down, but the controls were unresponsive. The final, frozen image was one he had never seen before. A room with children's drawings on the wall. A little boy sat on the floor, playing with a mechanical bird. The bird was singing an off-key birthday song. The boy looked up at the camera, at Kai. It was Lin Chi, a 7-year-old Lin Chi. He smiled, then said something. There was no sound, but Kai read his lips. Find me. The scanner went black. A wisp of blue smoke curled up from it, burnt out. The limiter suddenly disengaged, falling from Kai's wrist to the floor. The door opened, but it wasn't Tyne. It was a young technician Kai didn't recognize, his expression frantic. Go now, the technician whispered. Lena hacked the system a little while ago. Bought you 3 minutes. East Side Freight Elevator, code 7749, straight to the underground garage. The car key is behind the fire extinguisher next to the elevator. Why are you helping me? The technician bit his lip. My sister. She was Molly, the one transferred to the Polar Observation Station. She sent me one last message before she disappeared. If they come for Adrian's son, help him. Kai stood up. His legs were a bit weak, but they worked. Time will know it was you. I know. The technician smiled, a young, fragile smile. But I owe Molly. Kai rushed out the door. The corridor was empty. The alarms hadn't sounded yet. He ran to the east side, found the freight elevator, and entered the code. The door opened. As the elevator descended, he looked at his own reflection in the metal door. There was no wound between his eyebrows. Not yet, but the futures foreseen by the scanner, those images, were now seared into his mind. The elevator stopped in the underground garage. He found a fire extinguisher and felt for the car key behind it. A plain gray electric car was parked in the corner. He started the car and drove out of the garage. The scanner at the exit recognized the license plate, and the light turned green. Lena had even taken care of that. The car merged into the street's flow of traffic. The rain had started again. Case comunicator vibrate. An encrypted message. Memory grave. The digger has something new for you. About your mother. Hurry. Lena. Then a second message. Sent 1 minute later. They found me. Don't reply. Don't look back. Kai stared at the screen. The windshield wipers swung back and forth, like a pendulum, like a countdown. He turned the car around and headed for the Undercity. In the rearview mirror, the eternal clock tower receded, its spire piercing the rain-swept sky like a tombstone. He knew now. His father was alive, but his life was worse than death. Lena might not survive the night, and he himself was standing in the path of a bullet. But at least there was one thing he could still do: find out what role his mother played in all of this. Because if what Tyne said was true, if the closed-loop experiment required the descendant of someone immune to causality, then his mother was more than just Lin Yu's lab assistant. The car plunged into an underground tunnel, and darkness swallowed the last bit of light in the rearview mirror. Kai gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. 10 minutes ago, Tyne had said every choice has consequences. Now, Kai had made his choice. He was ready to face the consequences, ready to face the bullet that had been in flight for 30 years, ready to be its target or to change its trajectory. The memory grave was more crowded than last time. Business at the bionic brothel seemed to be good. The hallway was packed with waiting customers, the smell of synthetic hormones in the air thick enough to make one dizzy. Kai pulled the brim of his hat low, moved quickly through the crowd, and pushed open the iron door to the server room. The digger wasn't at the console. Kai's hand went to the lag pistol at his waist. It was empty. It had been confiscated. He looked around. The hum of the server racks drowned out other sounds, but a certain intuition kept his nerves on edge. Over here. The voice came from a corner. The gravedigger was crouching behind a row of decommissioned servers, the light from his mechanical prosthetic eyes glowing like two will-o'-the-wisps in the shadows. On the floor in front of him lay an open metal case. Not the one he had given Kai before, but another, older and flecked with rust. I got Lena's message. The gravedigger didn't look up. She contacted me 15 minutes before she was caught. Said Tane was coming after you. The girl's got guts, but not enough brains. Kai walked over. You said you had news about my mother. The gravedigger finally looked up. His face was even more ashen than the last time, with an untended smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. They were here, half an hour ago. Asked where you were, asked what Lena gave you. And you told them? Do I look like a martyr? The gravedigger spat. I told them what I had to, but they weren't satisfied. Rough me up a bit. He lifted his shirt, revealing a large bruise on his abdomen. Old bones can't take a beating. Kai crouched down. You need to go to a hospital. What I need is for you to hurry up, look at this damn thing, and get lost. The gravedigger kicked the metal case. Your mother left it. She deposited it with me 3 years ago. Said if anything happened to her or your father, I was to give it to you. Kai opened the case. There were no data chips inside, only a few personal items. A paper journal, a silver necklace, a wedding ring, and a key. It was similar to the one Moreau had given him, but smaller, with a faded butterfly charm attached. Your mother's name was Evelyn, right? The gravedigger said. She worked in Lin Yu's lab, a senior assistant. When the marker gun project started, she was in charge of calibrating the emotional anchors. Kai opened the journal. The date on the first page was from 30 years ago, the handwriting neat and elegant. New calendar year 47, January 15th. Director Lin showed me the marker gun prototype today. It's beautiful, like an instrument of time. He said this gun could end all meaningless suffering. I believe him. February 3rd, the tests require an anchor. Director Lin decided to use his own son. I objected. The child is too young. But Lin said it was the only way. I compromised. I'm such a coward. March 11th, experiment day. Little Lin Chi was so brave. He didn't cry. When he raised the gun, I wept in the observation room. Lin held my hand tightly and said it was for the greater good. March 18th, Chi is starting to see the causal threads. He says everyone has threads above their heads, some bright, some dark. Lin is thrilled, calling it a breakthrough. But I see the fear in the child's eyes. Kai flipped through the pages quickly. The entries grew more frantic, the timeline skipping. New calendar year 50. June. It's been 3 years since Chi disappeared. Lin has gone mad, spending all his days in the lab recalculating data. He says he wants to create a marker that doesn't require emotion. He needs a special gene, that of someone with causal immunity. July. Lin found 3 candidates. I was one of them. The test showed my genes have a natural resistance. He wants my eggs. Kai's fingers stopped on the page. August. I refused. Lin said it was for all of humanity. I told him hell with all of humanity. He revoked my clearance and transferred me to the archives. September emit Adrian. He's a new researcher, responsible for the theory of the temporal stasis layer. We fell in love. I didn't dare tell him my genes were special. New calendar year 51, March I'm pregnant. Adrian is overjoyed. But Lin found out. He wants me to abort the child, saying the fetus will inherit my genes and be the perfect test subject. New calendar year 58, April I escaped. Falsified my death certificate, changed my name, and hid in Yangshi Alley. Adrian doesn't know I'm still alive. I can't drag him into this. The journal breaks off here. The next entry is more than 20 years later. New calendar year 74 Adrian found me. He's old, and I'm old too. He said Lin is dead, but the project isn't. Tana's taken over, and he's even more insane. They need a central computing unit, and Adrian is a candidate. He said he's going to pretend to cooperate and destroy it from the inside. I beg him not to, but he insisted. He said it's the only way to protect you, Kai. The last entry from 3 years ago. Adrian disappeared today. I know Tane made his move. I have to write all this down and hide it. If something happens to me, too, at least Kai will have a chance to know the truth. Dear Kai, if you're reading this, I wasn't a good mother. I left to protect you, but maybe I was wrong. Lin Yu's marker gun needs an anchor, and the strongest anchor is blood. Lin Chi's bullet is in flight, searching for a blood connection. You are my son. You have my genes, the genes for causal immunity. But the immunity isn't absolute. If you choose to be hit, the bullet will strike you. If you choose to resist, I don't know what will happen either. With love, Mom. The journal slipped from Kai's hand. He stared at the floor, tried to process the information. Causal immunity, special genes. He was a test subject. Father feigned cooperation. Mother faked her death and went into hiding. And Lin Chi's bullet. That's not all. The gravedigger handed him an old-fashioned player, found in the box, in a hidden compartment. Kai pressed play. First, there was static, then a man's voice, tired, hoarse, but familiar. It was his father. Kai, if you're hearing this, it means my worst fears have come true. Tane found you. The hum of lab equipment could be heard in the background. Time is short, so I'll be brief. The goal of the closed-loop experiment is to eliminate the randomness of free will, to create a completely controllable society. The marker gun is the tool, but it needs an administrator, someone who can foresee all causality and guide the bullet to the correct target. Tane wants to be that administrator. To do that, he needs 3 things. First, Lin Chi, the living anchor for the original marker. Second, me, the core computational unit, to process the data. And third, you. Kai tightened his grip on the player. Your causal immunity gene is the system's fuse. If the system goes out of control, if Tane's guidance is flawed, your genes can absorb the impact, preventing a total collapse of the causal chain. But the price is your life. Tane doesn't know this. He thinks you're just a backup computational unit. But Lin, you knew, your mother knew, and I know. His father's voice began to tremble. So I made a decision. I planted a virus in the closed loop's core code. The trigger condition: when the marker gun's bullet hits you, the system will reboot, all data will be wiped, and Tane's control will crumble. But the virus needs a key to be activated. The key is split into 3 parts. The first part is with me, in the time stasis layer. The second part is with Lin Chi. He's been on a run with it for 30 years. The third part, a long silence, with only the hum of electricity in the background. The third part was with your mother. But 3 years ago, I had to keep it from you. Kai felt a tightness in his throat. Listen, what you need to do now is find Lin Chi. Get the second part of the key. Then come find me in the time stasis layer. Together, we'll trigger the virus and end all of this. But be warned, Tane is also looking for Lin Chi. And Lin Chi, that kid has been deeply wounded by time. He doesn't trust anyone, especially not people from TTC. Finally, I am Soda. I dragged you into all this. But I had no other choice. Either we break the loop, or all of humanity loses the right to choose. I love you, son. No matter what happens, remember this. You're not a test subject. You are my son, and you always have a choice. The recording ended. The gravedigger sighed. Touching. But there's a problem. Kai looked up. Your mother died 3 years ago, the gravedigger said. Suicide. At least that's the official story. The body was cremated, ashes scattered. Her part of the key is either gone, or, or with the person who killed her. Kai finished. The gravedigger nodded. Tain is thorough. Everyone who knew too much has disappeared. Kai stood up. He gathered the journal, the necklace, the wedding ring, and the keys, stuffing them into his inner jacket pocket. Lastly, he picked up the butterfly pendant key and held it in his palm. Where is Lin Chi? Don't know, but I know who might. The gravedigger struggled to his feet, walked over to a console, and began typing. There's a place in the Undercity called the Chronoscar Bazaar. They specialize in trading information and items related to causality. The boss's name is Stitch. She used to be a forensic pathologist for the TTC, specializing in corpses related to time traces. A photo appeared on the screen, a woman in her 40s with severe burn scars on her face and one eye cold, blue prosthesis. She autopsied all the hunters who died accidentally, including Molly. The gravedigger said, if Lin Chi has been active in the Undercity, Stitch must know. Kai noted down the address. Thank you. Don't thank me. The gravedigger started coughing, bringing up flecks of blood. I'm just repaying a debt. 30 years ago, I helped Lin Yu dispose of the test subjects' bodies. Those children. He didn't finish. The light in his mechanical eye dimmed. You should go. He waved a hand. Tain's people could be back any minute. I won't talk again this time. Kai walked to the door, paused, and looked back. The gravedigger sat before the console, his back hunched like a weathered stone statue. Take care, Kai said. The gravedigger didn't respond. Kai pushed the door open, and the clamor of the corridor rushed in. He pulled his hat down low, squeezed through the crowd, and headed for the exit. The diary in his pocket felt heavy, like a beating heart. Mother was dead. Father was imprisoned. Lena was captured. Milo was dead. And he was the fuse for the closed-loop system, the bullet's intended target, the key to the virus. And then there was Lin Chi, the boy who had wandered through time for 30 years, now a young man, a hacker, the key. Kai walked out of the Undercity. The rain had stopped, but the clouds were still thick, pressing down on the city. His communicator vibrated. An unknown number, one message, Yangshi Alley. Now, come alone. 0-inch. 0. Lin Chi's codename. Kai stared at the message, then deleted it. He knew it was a trap. It could be Tain's people, it could be Lin Chi himself, or it could be both. But he had no choice. He hailed an autonomous taxi and entered the destination. The car moved toward Yangshi Alley, toward the place where it all began 30 years ago. Kai leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. His father's recording echoed in his ears. You always have a choice. Did he? Now, he was choosing to walk into a trap. Choosing to face the bullet that had been flying for 30 years. Choosing to be the one to end the closed loop, or to become its last victim. The taxi stopped. Yangshi Alley had arrived. Kai got out and stood at the entrance. Puddles from the rain reflected the fractured neon lights, like shattered colored glass scattered on the ground. Deep in the alley, a figure leaned against a wall, their face obscured by shadows. But Kai recognized the eyes. Golden points of light, glittering in the darkness like distant stars. Lin Chi, or rather, 0. The 30-year bullet had finally found its target. Kai took a deep breath and walked in. The safe house deep in Yangshi Alley was once a smuggler's hideout, now piled high with equipment 0 had scavenged from the black market. Code streamed across the screens on the wall, and an old holographic projector hummed, casting a complex model of causal threads into the air. Kai sat on a worn-out sofa, staring at the two keys in his hand, the puppy pendant key for Milo and the butterfly pendant key his mother had left him. They gleamed faintly in the dim light, like two sleeping eyes. Analysis complete. 0's voice came from the corner. His back was to Kai, fingers flying across a console, the quantum coding structure of the marker gun scrolling on the screen. The bullet is essentially a causal entanglement entity. Once it hits, the target will share all memories, emotions, and causal debts with the shooter. It's like two people's souls being stitched together, Kai said. Worse than that. 0 turned, his golden eyes flashing in the shadows. It's a mandatory empathy punishment. The shooter feels the victim's pain, and the victim bears the shooter's guilt. A two-way hell. Kai remembered his father's words from the recording. Your causal immunity gene is the system's fuse. If I'm immune, he asked, can the bullet hit me? It can. Zero pulled up a set of data. But there are two conditions for a hit. First, the target must be in the same quantum emotional state as when the shot was fired. Second, the target must choose to accept the hit. Your immunity gene allows you to resist a forced hit, but if you choose it actively, the system will identify you as a voluntary participant, and the bullet will take effect. Kai stood up and walked to the projection. The golden thread of causality stretched from 30 years ago, like an inverted tree with its roots in the soil of the past and its branches reaching for the future, finally converging at a single point, the spot between his eyebrows. Tane wants to control this bullet, Kai said, to use it to prove the effectiveness of the closed-loop system. If he can make a bullet that has been flying for 30 years hit its intended target, he can prove to everyone that causality can be predicted, controlled, and utilized. And then he can legally use the marker guns on the entire city, Zero added, turning Neo-Kyoto into his personal causality testing ground. Kai's finger traced the causal thread in the projection. The line trembled slightly, like a disturbed spiderweb. What if I don't stop the bullet? He said suddenly. Zero frowned. What? What if instead of stopping it from hitting, Kai turned to face Zero, we modify its definition? The room fell silent. Only the hum of the equipment's cooling fans remained. Explain, Zero said. Kai pointed at the projection. Right now, the bullet's definition is a memory-sharing curse, a punishment mechanism. But what if, right before it hits, we rewrite its underlying protocol? Turn it into something else. Like what? A bridge, Kai said. A bridge connecting two people. Not punishment, but understanding. The shooter and the target share not just the pain, but also each other's perspectives, experiences, the reasons for their choices. Zero stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed, not a happy laugh, but the kind of laugh that says, "You're insane, but I admire it." Theoretically, it's possible. He returned to the console, pulling up the marker gun's source code. The underlying protocol of the causal marker is stored in the TTC's causality computation core. If we can hack in and overwrite the original definition at the very instant the bullet hits. What do we need? 3 things. Zero held up 3 fingers. First, access to the eternal clock tower. Real access, not sneaking in. We need to be able to reach the core layer. Second, enough computational speed to complete the protocol overwrite within the nanosecond window of the bullet's impact. And third, he paused. Third, a decoy. Kai finished for him. To make Tane think we're trying to stop the bullet, when we're actually modifying it. Zero nodded. The risk is high. If we fail, the bullet will hit you with its original definition. You will bear 30 years of my memories, being sent to the experimental table by my father at 7, crying in a closet shortly after because I saw an old woman's thread snap before my eyes, and she really died the next day. At 10, pulling the trigger at a wall at the end of an alley. At 15, learning to use hacking skills to evade capture, my fingers trembling on the keyboard the first time I broke into the TTC system. At 20, eating cold nutrient paste in the shadows of the Undercity, my eyes glowing like a cat's in the dark. At 25, 30 years of being a fugitive. 30 years of solitude. 30 years entangled in the threads of causality. He didn't finish, but Kai saw the weight in his eyes. 30 years of solitude. 30 years on the run, a life of being treated as a living weapon. I know the risks, Kai said, but my father planted a virus in the system. The trigger condition is the bullet hitting me. If we trigger the virus and modify the protocol at the same time, we could potentially dismantle the entire closed-loop system at once. Zero's eyes lit up. But there's a problem. Modifying the protocol requires 3 keys. Your father's is in the time stasis layer. Mina is right here. He took a pendant from his neck, not an ornament, but a micro-storage device shaped like a feather. The third is with your mother, Zero said. But Tane's people dealt with her 3 years ago. The key is probably destroyed. Kai took out the butterfly key his mother had left him. Maybe not. He inserted the key into a spare port on the console. The screen flickered, and a password input box appeared. It needs a password, Zero said. Kai tried entering his mother's birthday, his own birthday, his parents' wedding anniversary. All were incorrect. 2 attempts left before the data self-destructs. Wait, Zero said suddenly. Your mother was a researcher. She knew Tane would search her things. She wouldn't use an easily guessable password. He pulled up Evelyn's file. Not the official TTC file, but information he had gathered himself. What did she love? Zero asked. Not just like, but something private, something only she would know. Kai closed his eyes. The memories were hazy. His mother had died when he was 7. But he remembered fragments. Afternoon sunlight, his mother humming a song, planting something on a windowsill. Violets. Kai opened his eyes. She grew violets. Said purple was the color of time and space. He typed violet. Error. One last chance remained. It's not English, Zero said. Researchers from that era liked to use Latin or Greek. Kai remembered his father's notes, where Greek letters were often used to annotate formulas. He typed the Greek word for violet. Omicron knew. The screen flickered, a progress bar appeared, and then data unlocked. It wasn't a key, but a video. Evelyn was sitting in a sparsely furnished room, the view outside the window, that of Yangshi Lane. She looked much older than Kai remembered, her eyes etched with a deep weariness. Kai, my child, if you're seeing this, it means my greatest fear has come pass. Her voice was soft, but clear. The 3 keys are not 3 separate pieces of data. They are a whole, past, present, and future. Lin Chi's key represents the past, the foundation of the original marker protocol. Adrian's key represents the future, the program for the virus and the modified protocol. And my key. She held up something in her hand, a tiny crystal like a teardrop, refracting a violet light. Represents the present, the bridge connecting the past and the future. Without it, the other 2 keys cannot work in concert. I embedded the crystal in. The video cut off abruptly. It wasn't a natural end, but an interruption by an external signal. In the last few frames, Kai saw his mother turn her head suddenly towards the door, a flash of fear in her eyes. Then the screen went black. Tane's people broke in right then, Zero said. They might have seen the end. Kai clenched his fists. Where was the crystal embedded? Zero quickly analyzed the data residue. The signal is too weak to locate. But there's one clue. The video's timestamp shows it was recorded 3 years ago to this day. The same day your mother committed suicide. Not a coincidence. Of course not. Zero pulled up a map of Neo-Kyoto. If she wanted to hide a critical item, where would she put it? A place Tane wouldn't search, a place only you could find. His finger slid across the map, finally stopping on one point. 43 Yangshi Lane. Kai and Zero looked at each other. The same time, the same place. The spot where Lin Chi fired his gun 30 years ago. The spot where his mother hid the crystal 3 years ago. What was she waiting for? Zero murmured. Que understood. She was waiting for the bullet to complete its cycle. For the bullet that had been flying for 30 years to return to where it started. Just then, the safe house's alarm blared. Zero quickly switched screens, displaying the external surveillance feed. 3 black official cars were parked at the alley's entrance. Hunters in TTC uniforms were getting out, led by Deputy Director Tane himself. How did they find us? Kai asked. Zero checked the system. Not a tracking signal. It's a prediction. Tane used the closed-loop system to calculate our behavioral patterns and predict our most likely hiding spot. Tane looked up, staring directly at the surveillance camera, and gave a cold smile. Then he raised his hand and made a gesture. I know you're watching. His voice came through the external speakers, echoing in the alley. Okay. Zero, come out and talk. I have a proposal. Zero looked at Kai. It's a trap. But we have no choice, Kai said. The fact that he came himself means he's confident, or means he's desperate. Zero brought up another window, the citywide news feed. Look at this. On the screen was a live news broadcast, the headline stark. Leaked TTC internal documents. The truth of the closed-loop experiment, a decade of surveillance on all citizens. The scene cut to a crowd of protesters holding signs that read, "Stop the surveillance," and "Free will is inviolable," gathered outside the Eternal Clock Tower. You did this? Kai asked. I activated the emergency protocol, Zero said. I packaged all the evidence I've collected over the years and sent it to every major media outlet, human rights organization, and the observer faction within the TTC. Those who still believe the time trace hunters should be observers, not controllers. Tane's voice came through again, this time tinged with anger. You think this is how you win? I control the causal computation core. I possess the predictive behavioral models for 73% of the city's population. I can turn this protest into a carnival of support for me in 3 days, just by fine-tuning the causality of a few key nodes. Kai walked to the door, his hand on the knob. What are you doing? Zero asked. Going to get the third key, Kai said, while he's still here, stalling for time. That's suicide. No, Kai looked back at him. It's luring the tiger out of the mountains. He opened the door, walked out, and raised his hands. In the alley, Tane and 12 hunters aimed their guns at him. The charging sound of the time-lag pistols was exceptionally clear in the rain. Where's Zero? Tane asked. Ran, Kai said. Out the back door. You can still catch him if you go now. Tane stared at him for 3 seconds, then smiled. Nice try, but I don't need to chase him. He snapped his fingers. Dozens of levitating drones suddenly appeared in the air, each carrying a micro-time-lag generator. They quickly sealed off the entire area, forming a time-lag field. The flow of time inside was slowed to 1/10 of normal. Kai felt like he was moving through syrup, every action heavy and slow. The closed-loop system predicted your luring the tiger plan, Tane said, approaching and watching Kai from outside the time-lag field. With 92% accuracy, Zero is now heading to 43 Yangshi Lane, right? To get the crystal your mother hid. Kai's heart sank. My men are waiting for him there, Tane said. But don't worry, I don't plan to kill him. I need a living anchor to complete the closed loop. He turned to his men. Take him back to the clock tower. The time stasis layer is ready. We need another processing unit to share the load. 2 hunters stepped forward and clamped a heavy-duty restrainer on Kai. This time, the device was connected directly to his nervous system. Any resistance would trigger excruciating pain. Tane gave Kai one last look. You know what the most ironic part is? He said. The virus your father designed is triggered by a bullet hitting you. But the closed-loop system calculates that the probability of you being shot has already risen to 98%. So your father's virus is actually helping me. Once triggered, the system will reset, but the blank state after the reset is the perfect opportunity for me to reprogram it, to build a version completely under my control. He leaned in, his voice very low. All of you are helping me complete the closed loop. Kai was pushed into a vehicle. Before the window closed, he saw Tane turn and walk toward another car. His destination clear. 43 Yangshi Lane. Zero was in danger. The crystal his mother had hidden was in danger. And he himself was being sent to a fate worse than death. The vehicle started, heading for the eternal clock tower. Kai closed his eyes and, within the limits the restrainer allowed, tried to mobilize his causal perception. It was faint but still usable. He saw, at 43 Yangshi Lane, Zero was pulling a purple crystal out from the wall. Tane's men were surrounding him from all directions. Gunshots rang out, but not from time-lag pistols. It was the sharp crack of old-fashioned gunpowder weapons. The same sound as when Moreau died. Kai's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding. The restrainer triggered a punishment due to his emotional spike, and a current shot through his spine. He gritted his teeth, stifling a scream. But he smiled, because in his causal perception, he saw something Tane hadn't. Smoke was rising from the gun in Zero's hand. And lying on the ground were not Zero, but Tane's men. And Miro's daughter, Lily, stepped out from the shadows, also holding an old-fashioned pistol. Her smile was radiant. 7 levels beneath the eternal clock tower in the deep interrogation room. Lena Chun sat on a cold metal chair, her wrists and ankles secured by magnetic locks. The room had no windows, only a single incandescent bulb overhead casting a harsh light, throwing her distorted shadow on the wall. She had been here for 26 hours, at least. That's what it felt like. In an environment without day or night, one sense of time quickly became chaotic. The door opened. It wasn't Tane, but a woman she recognized, Sarah Vincent, director of the TTC's Psychological Assessment Department, specializing in the cognitive correction of hunters. She was in her 40s, wearing a neatly pressed white coat and holding a tablet, her smile as gentle as a kindergarten teacher's. Lena, Sarah said, sitting down across from her. How are you feeling? Like I'm in prison, Lena said. Oh wait, I am in prison. Sarah laughed, a sound like wind chimes. Don't think of it that way. This is just a necessary quarantine observation. You know, anyone who has been in contact with a level 7 contamination needs to undergo a thorough psychological evaluation. Where's Kai? Lena asked. What have you done to him? Hunter Kai Thorne is receiving more specialized treatment. Sarah swiped the tablet, pulling up a report. His situation is rather special. Causal immunity gene, a key node in the closed-loop system. The deputy director has special arrangements for him. A chill ran down Lena's spine. The time stasis layer? Sarah's smile stiffened slightly. You know more than you should. I know you're turning living people into computers. Lena stared at her. I know Tyne is insane, and you're helping him. The deputy director is saving humanity, Sarah corrected. Once the closed-loop system is complete, crime will disappear, accidents will disappear, and suffering will become meaningful. Every effect will have its cause, every death its reason. Like Molly's death? Lena's voice rose. Like Miro's death? What was the meaning in their deaths? Sarah was silent for a few seconds. She turned off the tablet and clasped her hands on the table. Lena, I knew your sister. Emily, right? The one who underwent memory erasure 5 years ago. I was involved in her assessment. Lena's breath caught. She saw something she shouldn't have. Sarah's voice softened, as if consoling child. A time scar, one that showed the truth of the deputy director's daughter's death. It was just a stray bullet, a mistake, an accident. But he couldn't accept that. So he spent years trying to eliminate all accidents, to prove that if the world was deterministic, her death was inevitable, and therefore meaningful. So Emily's memory was erased? To protect her, Sarah said. Knowing some truths makes life painful. The deputy director lost his daughter. He didn't need the whole city knowing he was participating in the closed-loop experiment to correct the order of time because of his daughter's death. That wouldn't help his work. Lena felt sick. You altered the truth. We managed the truth, Sarah stood up, just as we manage time. Not for power, but for order. Without order, humanity would self-destruct. She walked to the wall and pressed a button. The wall turned transparent, revealing an observation room on the other side. One-way glass. Lena could see out, but they couldn't see in. Tyne stood outside. He was speaking to a technician, his fingers moving rapidly across a holographic screen. The content on the screen made Lena's heart clench. Closed-loop experiment. Phase 1 initiated. Objective: implant subconscious causal directives in 10% of Neo-Kyoto's population, approximate 800,000 people. Directive type: behavioral guidance, risk aversion, enhanced social compliance. Estimated completion time: 72 hours. Current progress: 17%. Tyne looked up, his gaze seeming to penetrate the one-way glass and see Lena. He smiled, then said something to the technician. The technician nodded and worked the console. The lights in the room suddenly dimmed to a soft blue. A gentle female AI voice sounded. Cognitive correction procedure initiated. Subject: Lena Chun, ID TT 3347. Please relax. This will not cause any harm. Lena felt the magnetic lock on her wrist release. But just as she tried to stand, she found she couldn't move. Not a physical restraint, but some kind of neural inhibition field that prevented her muscles from responding. This is the latest technology, Sarah's voice came through a speaker. No surgery, no drugs. We directly adjust your synaptic connections, strengthening some memories and weakening others. Like tidying a bookshelf. Lena gritted her teeth. I won't let you get away with this. You can't resist, Sarah said. But you can choose. The deputy director has given you a chance. Cooperate with us. Provide Kai and Zero's hiding place, and all the encrypted content you saw when you accessed the deep archives. In exchange, you'll only need to undergo a mild memory adjustment, forget the last 3 days, then get transferred to a quiet department and retire peacefully. And if I don't, Sarah sighed, then a deep correction will be necessary. You'll forget more. Possibly your sister, your childhood, your reason for becoming an observer. You'll become a blank slate, but alive. Lena closed her eyes. She thought of her sister Emily's empty gaze, of Kai's worry on the viewing platform when he told her to be careful, of the loneliness in Zero's golden eyes. She made her decision. "I need time to think," she said. "You have 10 minutes, Sarah said. "The program will continue to run, but it won't enter the deep phase. I'll come in for your answer in 10 minutes. The communication cut off. Only the gentle guidance of a female AI voice remained in the room. "Please recall your earliest happy memory." Lena ignored it. She focused all her mental energy on something she had never succeeded in during training, actively initiating causal perception. She was a level 3 observer with moderate abilities, usually only able to passively receive residual temporal traces. But Kai had said, the key to causal perception isn't strength, it's focus. It's about turning yourself into a string of time, letting the vibrations pass through you. She took a deep breath. 10 times, 20 times. Double images began to appear before her eyes. Not the present, but the past, this room's past. She saw. 3 days ago, Kai was brought in, the limiter making him curl up in pain. A week ago, a young hunter broke down here, crying and shouting that he didn't want to forget his wife. A month ago, Sarah wrote in her logbook, subject no. 47, resistance failed, deep conditioning complete. The images flickered faster and faster. She delved deeper, searching for earlier temporal traces. And then she saw it. 5 years ago, her sister, Emily, sat where she was now. Her eyes were red and swollen, but her gaze was firm. She was writing on her palm, carving into her skin with her fingernail. Lena squinted, trying to see clearly. The writing was messy, but recognizable. Backdoor key, 7749-331 Yindi. Below it, a smaller line of text. For Lena, if you're ever sitting here, use this. Love, your sister. Tears welled up in Lena's eyes. 5 years ago, before her memories were wiped, her sister had used her last chance to leave a message. For her, the female AI's voice changed. Abnormal brainwave activity detected. Initiating stabilization program. An electric-like pang shot through Lena's brain. Her causal perception was interrupted, the images vanishing. But she remembered the string of numbers. 7749-331 Yindi. An elevator password, a door access code, or she remembered the freight elevator password she used when hacking the system to help him escape was 7749. 7749 is the elevator code. 331 is the floor number. What is Yindi? Time was running out. Sarah could be back at any moment. Lena made a second decision. Not to escape, not to submit, but a third option. She relaxed her body, letting the neural suppression field take complete control. Then, in the deepest part of her mind, she began to construct a memory capsule, an advanced observer technique, compressing key information into a subconscious symbol hidden between the layers of everyday memories. She chose a childhood memory, her 7th birthday, her father giving her a music box. When opened, a small figurine would spin, playing Fur Elise. She implanted the key into this memory. Then she began to actively overwrite her own surface memories. Not all of them, but selectively. She reinforced her suspicion of Kai. He broke the rules. He can't be trusted. Weakened her suspicion of Tyne. The deputy director is acting for the greater good. And increased her acceptance of the closed-loop system. Order is necessary. She was brainwashing herself. Because Sarah would check. If her attitude changed suddenly, it would arouse suspicion. But if her memories showed a gradual cognitive adjustment, it would look like the program was working. The door opened. Sarah walked in, holding a neural scanner. "Time's up," she said. "Your choice." Lena looked up, her eyes somewhat dazed, but she tried to stay lucid. Her voice was hoarse. "I remembered some things. Kai and Zero's safe houses. There's more than one. They have one in Yangshi Alley, but there's another in the North District, the specific address She paused deliberately, frowning as if struggling to recall. Sarah's eyes lit up. "Continue. In the old factory district. The address is..." Lena feigned pain, pressing her temples. "I can't remember. The program interfered with my memory." "Relax." Sarah aimed the scanner at her head. "I'll help you sort through it." The scanner's blue light swept across Lena's brain. Sarah looked at the data on the screen. Surface memories show signs of loosening. Resistance is weakening, beginning to accept the new cognitive framework. Good. She turned off the scanner. Can you remember the address now? Lena gave a fake address. There was indeed an abandoned factory in the North District, but it had nothing to do with Zero. This would buy her time. Sarah recorded it. What else? The deep archives, what did you see? Lena continued to fabricate a mix of truth and lies. Some insignificant experiment logs, the files of a few deceased hunters, and she mentioned the design schematics for the time stasis layer. Sarah's expression changed. The specific contents. I couldn't understand it. Lena said, lots of formulas and a structural diagram, like the inside of a giant clock. This was true. She had indeed seen it, but deliberately said she couldn't understand. Sarah thought for a few seconds, then nodded. That's enough. Your cooperation will be recorded. Now, we'll complete the final procedure, a light memory adjustment, and then we'll send you to rest. She operated the console. The female AI voice sounded again, entering deep memory consolidation phase. Please relax. This will not cause any harm. Lena felt her consciousness begin to blur, like sinking into warm water, the light growing dimmer and dimmer. But before losing consciousness completely, she did one last thing. She focused all her remaining causal perception and, in the direction of Yanxi Alley, sent a memory capsule pulse. Target: Kai Thorne. Contents: backdoor key 7749-331. Yendi, and a silent message. Clock tower, sublevel 331, entranced to the time stasis layer. Use this to open it. Hurry. After the pulse was sent, her consciousness sank into darkness. Her last thoughts were, I hope Kai receives it. I hope there's still time. At the same time, in the underground garage of the Eternal Clock Tower, Kai was pushed out of the car, the inhibitor on him making every step feel like walking through mud. The hunters surrounded him, their guns trained on him at all times. Suddenly, he froze. The inhibitor warned, abnormal causal energy input detected. But it wasn't an attack. It was a memory capsule, faint but clear, injected directly into his subconscious. He saw it. Lena in the interrogation room, overriding her own memories. The key left by his sister, Emily. The backdoor code. Clock tower, sublevel 331. And Lena's final gaze, resolute, firm, like a warrior. Capsule transmission complete. The inhibitor malfunctioned briefly from the energy impact. Only for 0.3 seconds, but it was enough. Kai spun around and, with all his strength, slammed into the nearest hunter. Caught off guard, the hunter fell to the ground. Kai snatched his time-lag pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming at the other hunters. A humming sound rang out. A blue time-lag field spread out, slowing the movements of the three men around him. Kai threw the gun away. He didn't want to kill anyone. He just needed to buy time. He dashed for the freight elevator. He still remembered the code, 7749. He keyed it in, and the door opened. As the elevator descended, he checked the inhibitor. The earlier impact had partially damaged it. The neural suppression function was disabled, but the location signal was still transmitting. Tane knew where he was. The elevator stopped at sublevel 331. The doors opened. It wasn't a corridor outside, but a massive cavern. The substructure of the clock tower was far larger than he had imagined. Before him was a downward spiral staircase, its depths out of sight. The walls on either side were embedded with glowing crystals, like an inverted starry sky. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a door, pure black, with no markings, but Kai could feel it. A strong temporal distortion lay behind it. The time stasis layer. He ran down the stairs. His footsteps echoed in the cavern, like a heartbeat. When he reached the bottom, he saw the control panel on the door. It required a password or a key. He entered 7749-331 Yendi. Error. He tried again. Yendi. 331-7749. Still an error. There wasn't much time. His pursuers could arrive at any moment. Kai took out the butterfly key his mother had left him. Maybe. He inserted it into the backup port on the control panel. The screen lit up. It wasn't asking for a password, but displayed a sentence. Verify identity. State the name of the creator. Kai thought for a moment. Evelyn Thorne. Incorrect. 2 attempts remaining. Evelyn Chun. His mother's maiden name. Incorrect. 1 attempt remaining. Kai took a deep breath. He remembered his mother's eyes in the video, remembered her saying, "Purple is the color of time and space." Violet, he said in Greek, ion. Verification successful. Dalthomeki. The door slid, opened silently. The scene inside made Kai stop in his tracks. A vast, circular space. In the center was a transparent, cylindrical container filled with a pale blue liquid. Suspended in the liquid was a man, Adrian Thorne, his father. Countless cables descended from the ceiling, connected to his skull, spine, and chest. His eyes were closed, but beneath the lids his eyeballs were moving rapidly, as if he were dreaming. Dozens of screens surrounded him, displaying constantly refreshing data streams. Causal prediction models, timescale density maps, population behavior analyses. And a countdown. Phase 1 of closed-loop experiment completion. 41 hours and 18 minutes remaining. Kai walked towards the container. The father in the liquid looked much older than he remembered, his wrinkles deep, his hair completely white. But he was alive, his chest rising and falling faintly. "Father," Kai said softly. Adrian's eyes opened. They weren't normal eyes. His pupils had turned the blue of a data stream, countless microscopic points of light flowing within his irises. He looked at Kai, but his gaze was empty, as if looking at a stranger. Then his lips moved. The voice didn't come from his throat, but from a speaker on the container. It was a synthetic cold voice. Key carrier confirmed. Commencing transmission. Kai felt a powerful stream of data flood into his brain. Not memories, but information, the complete schematics of the closed-loop system, Tane's project timeline, the reprogramming protocol for the marker gun, and the location of the virus. It wasn't deep within the system. It was in Kai's genes. His father's voice sounded again, this time with a trace of humanity. "Kai, the virus is you. Your immune gene is the virus. When the bullet hits you, the gene will activate, rewriting all connected causal protocols." "What about you?" Kai asked. "How do you get out?" "I can't get out." His father's voice grew weaker. "My brain has merged with the system. But you can end all of this. Find Zero, get all the keys at the moment the bullet hits." He suddenly began to struggle violently, the cables pulling at his body. The data streams on the screens became chaotic. "They've found me. Tane is backtracing. Go now." "Father, remember, the bullet needs your choice. You can decide what it is. A bridge or a weapon." The voice cut off. Adrian's eyes closed, and he fell still once more. The data streams on the screens returned to normal. But Kai noticed that a file had been quietly transferred to his limiter's storage, the last thing his father had left for him. The footsteps of pursuers echoed from the stairwell. Kai took one last look at his father in the container, then turned and ran to the other side of the room. There was another door, marked Emergency Exit. He burst through the door and into a narrow maintenance tunnel. Behind him, Tane's voice echoed in the empty space. "Kai, you can't escape. The closed-loop system has already predicted your every move." Kai didn't look back. He ran down the tunnel, his father's words echoing in his mind. "The virus is you. The bullet needs your choice. A bridge or a weapon." Now he knew the entire plan, and he knew the cost. He needed to find Zero. He needed to get all the keys. He needed to make a choice at the moment the bullet hit. And according to the data his father had transmitted, the time remaining until that moment was. Time remaining, 71 hours, 33 minutes, 18 seconds. Less than 3 days. The nights in Neo-Kyoto City had never been so noisy. The holographic billboards no longer displayed products, but fragments of leaked internal TTC documents. On every street corner, people held up portable screens, sharing compressed files of the truth about the closed-loop experiment. Crowds of protesters spread from the Eternal Clock Tower to the Central Plaza, and then to every district, like a spontaneously spreading plague. Zero stood on the roof of an abandoned factory in the northern part of the city, watching the tide of people flowing through the streets below. The purple crystal in his hand shimmered faintly in the moonlight. The key Evelyn had hidden, the one he had nearly died for at 43 Yangshi Lane. Lily Moreau had saved him. The girl who had inherited all of her father's skills and his determination for revenge had now become their most unexpected ally. Real-time public opinion stats. Lily approached from behind, handing him a tablet. Support for TTC has dropped from 67% to 41%, and it's still falling. The calls for Tane to step down are getting louder. Zero took the tablet and quickly scanned the data. Tane won't just sit back and watch. The closed-loop system has the ability to guide public opinion. That's why we have to be faster than him, Lily said. The hacker network you activated is working. TTC is already starting to fracture from within. She pulled up another report. Zero saw a familiar name. Sarah Vincent, director of the Psychological Assessment Department, had publicly questioned the legality of Tane's Phase 1 experiment in an internal meeting. Several more senior hunters refused to carry out the order to suppress the protesters. The conflict between the observation and control factions is out in the open, Zero said. But it's not enough. We need something more substantial. Like what? Like proving Tin is abusing the causal calculation core, artificially creating accidents to eliminate his opponents. Zero's eyes grew cold. Miro's death wasn't a suicide. Tin adjusted the causal probability to make that old pistol misfire at that exact moment. Lily clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Do you have proof? I have something better than proof. Zero pulled up an encrypted folder. An analysis of the timescar data for every hunter who has died by accident in the last 30 years. The commonalities, they all had contact with level 7 or higher contamination before their deaths. Their causes of death all involved old-fashioned weapons, and the timing of their deaths always coincided with key moments when Tin needed to remove an obstacle. He opened a simulation program. Look at this. Hunter Hansen fell from the 137th floor 2 years ago. The official conclusion was suicide due to depression. But the timescar data shows an abnormal causal energy pulse 37 seconds before his fall, originating from the 200th floor of the clock tower, Tin's private laboratory. The scene replayed on the screen. Hansen stood by the window, his eyes suddenly going vacant, then he stepped out. Along his falling trajectory was a faint golden line of causality, connecting to a device on the 200th floor of the clock tower. Tin developed a remote causal influence device, Zero said. It doesn't need a marker gun. Just the target's causal data is enough to fine-tune probability and create a suicide or an accident. Lily's face was pale. How many people has he killed? Directly, at least 17. Zero closed the program. Indirectly, possibly hundreds, including your father. Lily turned away, her shoulders trembling. Zero didn't comfort her. He knew that what she needed right now wasn't comfort, but a target. A few minutes later, Lily turned back, her eyes red and swollen, but her gaze firm. How do we expose him? We can't go public directly, Zero said. Tin controls the media channels. He'll claim the data is fabricated. We need a live demonstration he can't deny. He pulled up a structural diagram of the Eternal Clock Tower. In 3 days, the TTC will hold an emergency press conference. Tin will personally respond to the leak incident. The location is the media center on the first floor of the clock tower. That's our only chance to present the evidence on the spot during the live broadcast. Where do we get in? Lily asked. Security at the clock tower is triple its usual level right now. Zero smiled. We have someone on the inside. He sent an encrypted message. A few minutes later, a reply came. The back door on the 331st floor is open for you. Time window, tomorrow night, 23:00-23:15. Sarah Vincent, director of the Psychological Assessment Department, a deep cover agent for the observation faction. Can she be trusted? Lily asked. Not completely, Zero said, but she hates Tin. 5 years ago, Tin handled her husband, a councilman who opposed the closed-loop experiments, using the same method. She's been waiting for a chance at revenge ever since. Lily nodded. What about Kai? How do we contact him? Zero's expression grew grim. I've tried. His limiter signal was last detected on sub-level 331 of the clock tower. Then it vanished. Either he entered a time stasis layer, or he didn't finish. But Lily understood. Either Kai was dead, or he had become part of the system. We need him, Lily said. It takes 3 keys to activate the virus. We have the crystal, Kai has his father's key, and we're still missing. Mine. Zero touched his feather pendant. But I'm not sure if I should use it. What do you mean? Zero looked at the distant spire of the eternal clock tower. When my father designed a marker gun, he thought he was creating justice. When Tin designed the closed-loop system, he thought he was creating order. They both believed they were doing the right thing. If I activate the virus and completely destroy the causal calculation core, what state will Neo-Kyoto City fall into? Time scars running rampant, timelines in chaos, no predictions, no management. It might be worse than Tin's control. Lily was silent for a long time. Then she said, "My father once said, sometimes chaos is a necessary breath. Tin wants to turn time into solidified amber, but time should be a flowing river. Even if the river floods or changes its course, that is the sign of it being alive." Zero looked at her. The girl had lost her father, but not her judgment. "You're smarter than your father," he said. "No." Lily shook her head. "I just remember every word he ever said. Now, they are my bullets." The communicator rang. Zero answered. It was Sarah, her voice urgent. "Change of plans. Tane has moved up the press conference to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He's preparing to announce the successful completion of the first phase of the closed-loop experiment and present a model citizen who has voluntarily accepted causal guidance." "Who is it?" Zero asked. A long silence. Then Sarah said, "Lena-chun, they've completed the deep correction. She now fully believes that the closed-loop system is the future of humanity." Tane wants her to say in front of the cameras, "I voluntarily accept causal guidance, and I feel an unprecedented sense of peace and security." Zero and Lily exchange a look. "Can we stop it?" Zero asked. "It's too late." "But," Sarah lowered her voice, "I found a hidden information capsule deep in Lena's memory. The trigger condition is hearing Kai's name. If Kai can appear at the press conference, it might awaken her true memories." "Kai is missing." "Then find him," Sarah said. "The time stasis layer has an independent exit connected to the city's old drainage system. If he's alive, he might be near one of the exits in the west side of the city. Look there." The communication cut off. Zero quickly packed his equipment. "Lily, you contact the other hunters from the observationist faction and prepare for tomorrow's operation. I'll go find Kai. Alone. Alone is faster." Zero slung the bag over his shoulder. "Remember, if I'm not back by 10 tomorrow, proceed with the plan. Don't wait for me." Lily grabbed his arm. "Zero." He looked back. "Thank you," she said, "for everything you've done for my father." Zero nodded, then disappeared into the night. At the same time, at an exit of the old drainage system on the city's west side, Kai crawled out of the sewage, soaked to the bone. The limiter had completely failed due to water damage. He lay on the riverbank, gasping for breath, the stars in the night sky spinning above him. His father's final transmission still echoed in his mind. He knew the nature of the virus, he knew his role, and he knew something even more terrifying. The moment the bullet would hit was not random. It was meticulously calculated by Tane. According to the closed-loop system's prediction, the bullet would hit Kai at 10:07 tomorrow morning, exactly halfway through the press conference. The perfect moment for Tane to demonstrate causal controllability. Tane intended to prove, in front of the entire city, that he could control a bullet that had been flying for 30 years to hit its intended target. Then he could legitimately expand the closed-loop system. Kai coughed and got to his feet. He needed to contact Zero, needed to get all the keys. But his limiter was broken, its communication functioned dead. He didn't know where Zero was. He looked around. This was the edge of the city's western industrial zone, abandoned factories standing like the skeletons of giant beasts in the night. There was a light in the distance. Maybe someone was there. He walked toward the light. 10 minutes later, he found a small maintenance station where an old man on the night shift was watching a portable television. A preview for tomorrow's press conference was playing. "Hey, upright." The old man jumped, grabbing a wrench. "Who's there? I need to use a communicator," Kai said. "It's an emergency." The old man eyed his soaked uniform, a TTC uniform but tattered. "Are you a hunter?" "I was," Kai said. "Now I'm a fugitive. But what I'm doing might save this city." The old man hesitated for a few seconds, then pointed to an old-fashioned landline phone on the wall. "You can only use that. Wireless signals can be tracked." Kai dialed the number, not Zero's, but an emergency contact number Moreau had given him before he died. It rang 3 times and connected. A woman's voice. "Who is this?" "Kai, Horn. I'm looking for Zero. He's not here. It was Lily. But if you're really Kai, tell me. The key my father gave you. What shape is the pendant? A small dog, Kai said. Gold, faded. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. He's looking for you. Where are you now? Kai gave his location. Stay put. Zero will be there in 20 minutes. Lily paused. Also, there's bad news. Lena has been deeply corrected. Tane is going to use her as an example at the press conference tomorrow. We need to wake her up. We need you to be there. Kai tightened his grip on the receiver. I'll be there. It gets worse. Lily's voice was low. Tane has calculated the bullet's impact time. 10:07 tomorrow morning. At the press conference, he's going to make a public demonstration. Kai closed his eyes. So Tane knew everything. He knew about the virus, the keys, their plan. He was playing along with them. Does Zero have a plan? Kai asked. He does, but it requires your consent. He wants to reprogram the bullet. Lily said, turn it into a bridge instead of a weapon. But it requires 3 keys to act simultaneously, and you need to maintain a quantum emotional state at the moment of impact, the same state Lin Shi was in when he fired the gun 30 years ago. What state is that? Loneliness. Despair, Lily said, but also a sliver of hope, the hope that someone would see you. Kai recalled the playback from Yangshi Alley. A 10-year-old Lin Shi, barefoot, cold, picking up the gun and pulling the trigger. A child abandoned by his father, firing a shot at the world, hoping someone would hear. I can do it, Kai said. Are you sure? That means you'll have to willingly accept 30 years of painful memories. My father endured 3 years in the time stasis layer, Kai said. I can endure 30 years. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Zero is here, Lily finally said. Good luck, Kai. See you tomorrow. The call ended. Kai walked out of the maintenance station and stood by the roadside, waiting. Clouds drifted across the night sky, obscuring the moon. In the distance, the lights of the Eternal Clock Tower were like a lighthouse in the night, guiding everyone's destiny. 20 minutes later, an unlicensed electric car pulled up silently by the roadside. The window rolled down, and Zero's golden eyes glinted in the darkness. Get in, he said. Kai got in the car. The car drove off into the night. Neither of them spoke. It wasn't until the car was on the overpass that Zero spoke. We have all the keys. Yours was in the limiter. I cracked it. Mine is here. He pointed to the feather pendant around his neck. Your mother's crystal is with me. That makes all 3. I'm a virus, Kai said calmly. Zero glanced at him. Your father's design was very clever. The causal immunity gene is normally dormant. Once activated by the marker gun's quantum code, it will release the rewrite program. But there's a condition. You have to be hit first. So we have to let the bullet hit me. Right, Zero said. But before it hits, I'll use the 3 keys to reprogram the bullet's definition. Change punishment to connection. That way, when it hits, you won't just be enduring pain. We will share everything, including your 30 years of memories. Including my 30 years of memories. Zero's voice was soft. And yours, too. We will become mirrors of each other. The price is, from now on, the death of either one of us will leave the other's consciousness incomplete. Kai looked at the city lights flashing past the window. Sounds like a lifelong contract. Worse than that, Zero said. It's a bond on the causal level, but it's the only way to activate the virus at the moment of impact. The car came down from the overpass and entered an underground tunnel. Tomorrow at 10, the press conference, Zero said. Tane will present Lena, and then the calculated bullet will hit you. We need to infiltrate the site beforehand and complete the reprogramming at the moment of impact. What about security? We have inside help. Sarah Vincent and other hunters from the Observer faction. They'll create a diversion to buy us time. And then, Kai asked, after the virus is activated, what happens to the closed-loop system? The computation core will reboot, all predictive data will be wiped, and Tane's control will be severed, Zero said. But the time stasis layer will collapse, and the brains of all the computational units inside, including your father, will overload. Kai felt his heart tighten. He'll die. Possibly, Zero said, but it was his own design. He said it in the recording. Either we break the closed loop, or all of humanity loses the right to choose. He chose the former. There was light at the end of the tunnel. They had reached the exit. The car drove out of the tunnel and arrived at a hidden warehouse. Lily and a few others were already waiting, all familiar faces, hunters and technicians from within TTC who opposed Tane. Zero stopped the car, but didn't get out immediately. Kai, he said, last chance. You can choose not to be a part of this. We can deal with Tane another way. The success rate would be lower, but you wouldn't have to take the bullet. Kai shook his head. My father endured 3 years in the time stasis layer. Lena sacrificed her memory to get us the message. Milo gave his life to buy me time to escape. If I back out now, their sacrifices will mean nothing. He opened the car door. Besides, he said, looking back at Zero, you need someone to share the weight of those 30 years. You've been carrying it alone for too long. Zero's golden eyes shimmered in the darkness as if with tears, but he smiled. You know something? He said. 30 years ago, when I fired that shot, I was hoping someone would see me. Now you see. The two got out of the car and walked towards the warehouse. Inside, Lily had already prepared the equipment, camouflage uniforms, miniature communicators, and old-fashioned gunpowder pistols, one for each of them. To commemorate my father, Lily said, her eyes firm. Kai took the gun. It was heavy with a real, tangible feel, not light like the time-lag pistols. Here's the plan. Zero brought up a structural diagram of the Clock Tower Media Center. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., we enter as technical maintenance personnel. Sarah will grant us access. At 9:50, Tane will bring Lena onto the stage. At 10 o'clock, he begins his speech. At 10:07, the bullet hits. He pointed to several locations on the diagram. Kai, you need to reach this position by 10:05, the hallway window on the second floor of the media center. That's the calculated end point of the bullet's trajectory. I'll be in the control room, initiating the reprogramming sequence with the 3 keys. Lily and the others will create a disturbance in the audience to draw the security's attention. And after the bullet hits, a young hunter asked, the virus activates. The system reboots, Zero said. There will be a window of about 30 seconds when all electronic devices will fail. We have to get Lena and Kai out in those 30 seconds. And if we fail? Another technician asked. Zero was silent for a few seconds. If we fail, he said, the closed-loop system will be complete. Tane will gain absolute control. Neo-Kyoto will become a causal cage. All of us will either have our memories wiped or become computational units. Silence fell over the warehouse. Lily stood up, raising the gun in her hand. Then let's not fail, she said. For those who have already sacrificed, for the time we still have to breathe. One by one, the others stood up, raising their hands or guns or tools. There are no grand speeches, only determined eyes. Kai looked at these people. Hunters, technicians, hackers, and Miro's daughter. They came from different departments with different backgrounds, but at this moment, they stood together for the same goal, to take back the freedom of choice. Finally, Zero displayed a countdown, projecting it onto the wall. Time until bullet impact. 10 hours, 47 minutes, 33 seconds. Time was passing, but this time they were not waiting passively. They were actively walking towards that moment. With 3 keys. With a virus. With the determination to change a bullet's trajectory. Kai gripped the old-fashioned pistol, the cold of the metal seeping through his glove. Tomorrow, at 10:07 a.m., the bullet will hit, but the world that follows will be defined by them. Chapter 9. The Second Infiltration. Neo-Kyoto time, 9:17 a.m. A long line had formed at the security checkpoint outside the Eternal Clock Tower Media Center. Journalists, observers, invited citizens. Everyone had to undergo strict scanning and identity verification. Tane had learned his lesson from the last leak. Today's security was the tightest in history. Kai, dressed in a gray technical maintenance uniform and carrying a tool bag, followed behind Zero. Their forged IDs identified them as employees of a third-party equipment maintenance company, responsible for inspecting the media center's holographic projection system. The fake identity, arranged by Sarah Vincent, should theoretically get them through the first layer of security. Heart rate's a bit fast, Zero said in a low voice. He was wearing a monitoring bracelet that displayed Kai's physiological data. Being nervous is normal. Kai adjusted his glasses, which were actually a microdisplay showing a real-time security layout sent by Lily. It was their turn in line. The security guard, a young hunter, scanned their IDs with a blank expression. Maintenance crew? The hunter looked up. All non-essential personnel are forbidden from entering today. Zero handed over an electronic work order. The projection system flickered abnormally 3 times last night. If we don't check it, the press conference live stream could be interrupted. The hunter checked the work order, then compared it with the system records. The screen displayed, work order verified. Priority, high. Open the tool bag. Kai unzipped the bag. Inside were standard maintenance tools, a multi-function screwdriver, a fiber optic tester, a signal amplifier, and, hidden in a secret compartment, the old-fashioned pistol and the key crystal. The guard scanner swept over the tool bag. Kai held his breath. The scanner emitted a faint hum, and a red alert appeared on its screen. Unregistered metal object detected. The guard looked at them. Explain, Zero said calmly. It's an old model signal relay. It's the only type left in the company warehouse. Do you need me to take it out for you to see? He made a move as if to open the compartment. Just then, a commotion broke out further back in the line. A journalist was insisting on bringing in special recording equipment and had started arguing with the guard. Everyone's attention was drawn over. Zero swiftly operated the miniature controller on his wrist. The scanner's screen flickered, and the red prompt turned green. Registration approved. The security inspector waved his hand impatiently. Go on in. Don't wander around. All corridors will be sealed once the press conference begins. Understood. Zero picked up his toolkit and walked briskly into the media center with Kai. Only after turning the corner did Kai breathe a sigh of relief. What did you just do? Lily interfered with the scanner's algorithm, Zero said. It only lasts for 30 seconds, just long enough. They crossed the main hall. The media center was already set up. A podium and a massive holographic screen stood in the center, surrounded by circular seating. The second floor housed the control room and the press gallery. Technicians were making final adjustments, while sharp-eyed security personnel stood at every entrance and exit. Kai looked up at the corridor window on the second floor, the intended position for the bullet to hit. From there, one could overlook the entire podium, a perfect display point. Tim would ensure he was there at that exact moment. To the control room first, Zero said. I need to access the system and upload the reprogramming protocol. The control room was on the east side of the second floor. 2 hunters stood guard at the door. Maintenance personnel. Zero presented the work order again. Projector system terminal check. One of the hunters examined the work order while the other verified it with his communicator. A few seconds later, the door opened. Inside the control room, several technicians were already busy. Sarah Vincent was also there, dressed in a formal white lab coat, inspecting the neural scanning equipment on the podium. She gave him a slight nod as they entered and then continued her work. Zero found an unoccupied terminal and began to work. Kai stood beside him, keeping watch. System access requires a level 3 password, Zero said in a low voice. Sarah, can you help? Sarah walked over nonchalantly and typed a string of characters into the terminal. It will only hold for 5 minutes. Tin has set up dynamic monitoring. Any prolonged abnormal access will be flagged. That's enough. Zero inserted a data cable and began uploading the reprogramming protocol. A progress bar appeared on the screen, 1%, 3%. Kai glanced at the time, 9:34. 26 minutes until the press conference. His communicator vibrated slightly. A message from Lily, in position in the audience. 8 of us in total, scattered in different locations. We move at 10 o'clock sharp. Kai replied with a confirmation. The control room door suddenly opened. A senior technical supervisor walked in, his eyes sweeping across the room. Attention, everyone, he said. The deputy director has requested a final check on the synchronization rate of the neural scanning equipment. Director Sarah, please come to the podium. Sarah glanced at Zero. The protocol upload was at 17%. I'll be right there, she said, then whispered to Zero. If anyone asks, say you're checking the projector's heat dissipation system. She left the control room. The supervisor's gaze fell on Zero and Kai. You too. Which company are you from? Ray Vision Technologies. Zero replied without looking up. Projector maintenance. Are you done with the check? Still running diagnostics. Zero pointed to the stream of code on the screen. The system has a potential memory leak that could cause the live broadcast to be interrupted. The supervisor frowned. How long? About 15 minutes. Be quick about it. All non-TTC personnel must leave the control room after the press conference begins. Understood. The supervisor left. The progress bar, 34%. Kai felt sweat trickle down his back. It was too slow. 9:42. Zero's fingers suddenly flew across the keyboard, moving so fast they were almost a blur. I'm bypassing some of the security checks, he whispered. The risk is it might trigger an alarm. We have no choice, Kai said. The progress bar, 51%, 67%, 82%. Suddenly, the control room's alarm light flashed red. Unauthorized protocol upload detected. A female AI voice announced. Security lockdown initiated. All terminal screens went black simultaneously, then displayed. System locked. Awaiting verification by security personnel. Zero quickly unplugged the data cable. Only uploaded 89%. Barely enough, but the stability is only at 73%. The door was pushed open, and 2 security hunters rushed in. Nobody move. Hands where I can see them. Zero and Kai raised their hands. The other technicians looked bewildered. A security hunter checked the terminal, then stared at Zero. What were you uploading? An optimization patch for the projection system, Zero said calmly. Work order number 7749-331. You can verify it. One of the hunters checked his communicator and, after a few seconds, nodded. The work order is valid. But why did it trigger a security lockdown? Maybe the patch has a compatibility issue with the existing system. Zero said, I can cancel the upload and reapply through standard procedures. The hunter hesitated. The press conference is about to start. There's no time. Leave the control room immediately after you're done. Don't touch any more equipment. Understood. The hunter left, and the system lockdown was lifted. Zero worked quickly, compressing the remaining 11% of the protocol into a stealth process and hiding it in the system background. Now we can only pray that this 89% is enough. 9:52. The lights on the stage came on. Tane walked onto the stage, wearing a formal director's uniform, a smile on his face. Following behind him was Lena, dressed in a neat observer's uniform, her expression calm, her eyes empty. Kai's heart tightened. That was Lena, but it wasn't. The deep correction had stolen her edge, leaving a docile shell. Friend from the media, representatives of our citizens. Tane's voice spread through the hall via the sound system. Thank you for coming at such a special time. For the past 24 hours, some false information about the TTC has been circulating. Today, I will reveal the truth. The holographic screen lit up, displaying a simplified model of the closed-loop system. 30 years ago, the first director, Lin Yu, initiated the Absolute Justice Project, which aimed to ensure every action had its inevitable consequence. The project was suspended due to technical limitations. But 3 years ago, we restarted the research, with a goal not of punishment, but of guidance, guiding society toward a safer, more orderly future. He motioned for Lena to step forward. This is Lena Chun, an observer, level 3. 3 days ago, she suffered a severe cognitive disorder due to exposure to high-level temporal trace contamination. After undergoing our cognitive correction therapy, she has not only recovered her health, but has also gained unprecedented clarity of thought. He handed the microphone to Lena. Lena took the microphone, her gaze sweeping over the audience without any emotional fluctuation. Before receiving the treatment, I felt confused, anxious, and fearful. Her voice was as steady as if it were AI synthesized. Now I understand. Chaos stems from the randomness of free will. The closed-loop system has given me direction, given me peace. I voluntarily became a beneficiary of this system, and I hope more people can obtain such tranquility. Whispers rose from the audience. A reporter raised a hand to ask a question, but Tane held up a hand to stop them. I know you have questions. So today, I will not only present the theory, but also demonstrate the practice. He pointed to a window on the second-floor corridor. Up there, we have set up a special observation point. Next, you will witness with your own eyes how the closed-loop system operates. Kai's heart raced. The time was near. He looked at Zero. Zero nodded, signaling that he could go. Kai left the control room and headed for the second-floor corridor. There were security hunters along the way, but seeing his maintenance uniform, it didn't stop him. He reached the window. From here, he could see the entire stage clearly and could also be seen by the whole audience. Tane looked up, and their eyes met. Then Tane smiled. It wasn't the smile of a public speaker. It was the smile of a hunter who sees his prey walk into a trap. Kai knew that Tane knew he was here, knew everything. But what Tane didn't know was Kai had walked into the trap voluntarily. Time, 9:59. In the control room, Zero initiated the reprogramming protocol. The screen displayed, protocol loading, stability 73%. Estimated time of completion, 10:06:57. 7 minutes and 3 seconds until the bullet hits. Lily sent a message from the audience. Ready. Moving at 10 o'clock sharp. Kai tightened his grip on the old-fashioned pistol in his pocket. The coldness of the metal kept him sharp. He looked at Lena on the stage. Her eyes were looking forward, but Kai noticed her fingers were trembling slightly, a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor. But it was there. The deep correction wasn't perfect. Fragments remained. 10:00. Tane continued his speech. The core of the closed-loop system is causal computation. We can predict and we can guide. Now, I will demonstrate how a cause planted 30 years ago comes to fruition today. A sudden gasp came from the audience. A person stood up, tore open their jacket to reveal a T-shirt underneath, printed with the words, Tane tampered with time trace data. It was someone arranged by Lily. Security hunters rushed over. Immediately after, another person stood up and shouted, My sister Molly's death wasn't an accident. Tane silenced her. Chaos began to spread. Tane frowned but didn't panic. He spoke into the microphone. Please maintain order. These are all calculated disturbances within the system's parameters. But the chaos was escalating. More people stood up, shouting slogans and displaying banners. Security guards tried to control the scene, but there were too many people. Scene 02 a.m. Kai looked towards the control room. Zero was operating frantically, his forehead covered in sweat. Protocol loading progress, 64%. Too slow. Tane suddenly raised his voice. It seems someone is trying to interfere with this important demonstration. Well then, let's move on to the core segment ahead of time. He pointed at Kai. That technician in the second-floor window is actually a former hunter, Kai Thorne. He developed cognitive deviations from exposure to contamination. But today, the closed-loop system will cure him. All eyes in the venue focused on Kai. The cameras turned to him. Tane continued, 30 years ago, a child fired a shot. That bullet has been flying through time for 30 years, and today, it will hit its destined target, Kai Thorne. And a closed-loop system will guide this impact, demonstrating the controllability of causality. The audience was in an uproar. 10:04 a.m. Zero gritted his teeth in the control room. Protocol loading, 79%. 3 minutes left, but Tane had moved things up. Tane raised his wrist, looking at the countdown on it. Impact time, 10:05 a.m. 2 minutes ahead of the original plan. Sorry, Kai. I know you were waiting for that moment, but war is like this. Always expect the unexpected. Kai felt an invisible pressure lock onto him. Causal energy was converging, and the density of time scars in the air rose sharply. He could see it, golden causal threads converging from all directions like a net, with the center at the point between his eyebrows. 10:04 a.m. Lily shouted from the audience, now. She and the others simultaneously pulled out old-fashioned pistols, not aiming at people, but at the ceiling. Gunshots rang out, not the hum of time-lag pistols, but real, deafening explosions of gunpowder. The media center descended into panic. People screamed, ducked, and fled. The security guards were caught off guard. They were trained to deal with time-lag weapons, but were unprepared for old-fashioned firearms. The chaos gave Kai a few seconds. He looked at the stage. Lena was still standing there, a momentary confusion in her eyes. Qu'est-ce que c'est, Lena? The music box. Für Elise. Lena shuddered. Her eyes widened, the emptiness shattered by something. The memory capsule was triggered. She saw it. Her 7th birthday, the music box her father gave her, the tiny figure spinning, for release. And the buried key, 7749-331, Yindi. And one more phrase, run. Lena's pupils focused. She looked at Kai, her gaze clear again, filled with pain and fear, but lucid. Tane noticed the change in her, his expression shifting. Control her. But Lena had already turned, shoving aside a technician next to her and rushing towards the edge of the stage. 10:04 AM. Protocol loading, 89%. Zero slammed the console. Not enough. We need 10 more seconds. Kai watched the converging causal threads. The bullet was coming a minute early. He didn't have the option to wait. He raised the old-fashioned pistol, not aiming at anyone, but at his own temple. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Even Tane was stunned. Tane, Kai shouted, you want to demonstrate that causality is controllable? I'll show you what true causality is. It's choice. He pulled the trigger, but there was no bullet in the gun, only an empty click. However, it was this action, this quantum emotional state of choosing suicide, that triggered the marker gun's impact condition. Loneliness, despair, but with a sliver of rebellious hope. Exactly the same as when Lin Chi fired the gun 30 years ago. A golden light erupted from between Kai's eyebrows. Not the impact of a bullet, but a premature resonance. Time, 10:05:03 AM. The causal computation core overloaded. Zero's console screen suddenly displayed. Protocol loading complete, 100%. Stability, 91%. Initiating reprogramming. The three keys activated simultaneously. Kai's immune gene began to release the virus. Tane's system alarm blared. Unknown protocol override detected. Causal computation core out of control. Tane's face twisted. No, impossible. But he could no longer stop it. Because of Kai's choice, Zero's program, the synergy of the three keys, and the activation of the virus, all conditions were met at the same time. The process of the bullet's impact was rewritten. From punishment, it became connection. From an end, it became a bridge. Kai felt a warmth between his eyebrows, not pain. Zero's 30 years of memories flooded in like a tide, and his own memories flowed towards Zero. Then he saw it. Two things happened within the same Planck time unit. The causality marker, having flown for 30 years, struck the center of Kai's brow. No sound, no beam of light. Only a warm, golden glow spread from the center of Kai's brow, like a drop of ink blooming in water. He felt not pain, but a strange sense of fullness, as if another person's 30 years of life had been compressed into a data stream and injected into his consciousness. B. The marker protocol of the causality computation core was permanently modified. On the screen before Zero, the red code, representing the punishment protocol, was overwritten by the blue code of the connection protocol. Three keys: the father's logic key, the mother's bridge key, and Zero's anchor key, worked in synergy to rewrite the very essence of that bullet. Kai opened his eyes. The world had changed. He saw not only the present-day sky, Corridor No. 7, but also Yangshi Lane from 30 years ago, a 10-year-old Lin Chi standing barefoot in the rain, picking up a gun, and pulling the trigger. He saw Lin Chi hiding in a closet, crying, because he had seen an old woman's thread snap before his eyes, and she truly died the next day. At 15, learning to use hacking skills to evade capture, the first time breaking into the TTC system, fingers trembling on the keyboard. At 20, eating cold nutrient paste in the shadows of the underground city, eyes glowing in the dark like a cat's. At 25, 30 years of being a fugitive, 30 years of solitude, 30 years of entangled causal threads, all flooded into Kai's consciousness. And at the same time, Zero, in the control room, also saw Kai's memories. The rainy night he lost his mother at 7. The flashing instrument lights in his father's laboratory. The nervousness of putting on the hunter scanner for the first time. The moment he discovered the golden time scar in the rain at Yangshi Lane. Tane's cold eyes in the interrogation room. His father's body floating in the time stasis layer. And the line in his mother's diary, "Love, Mom." Their two sets of memories converged like two rivers. Kai felt the weight of Zero's 30 years. Zero felt the void of Kai's 30 years. On the level of consciousness, they truly saw each other for the first time. Zero's voice came through the communicator, but this time not through his ears. It appeared directly in Kai's mind. You saw the wisteria bloom, Kai replied, also directly on the mental plane. You saw the old woman die the next day, but you couldn't save her. A silence. Not an awkward silence, but one of understanding. Then Zero said, Protocol reprogramming complete. The bullet's definition has been changed from memory-sharing curse to causality connecting bridge. The price is, we can never be separated in this lifetime. Kai touched the center of his brow. There was a faint golden imprint like a vertical eye, slightly warm but not painful. Can we be separated? Kai asked in his mind. Theoretically, yes, but it would require unbinding all three keys simultaneously, and one of them ceased to exist with your father's dissipation. Zero paused. But the interesting thing is, although our consciousnesses are connected, they retain their independence. I can feel your emotions, but I can't control your thoughts. You can see my memories, but you can't decide my choices. Kai looked toward the end of the sky corridor. A few figures appeared, Lily supporting a weakened Lena, followed by several observationist hunters. They're here, Kai said out loud. I know, Zero replied in his mind. I can see them too. My vision is now dual. I can see the control room screen, and I can see the corridor before you. Lily ran to Kai, her eyes red and swollen, but shining. It worked? You're alive. Kai nodded. And I've gained a roommate, he said, pointing to his head. Lena walked over, carefully examining the mark on Kai's brow. Golden. The same spectrum as the time scar in Yangshi Lane 30 years ago. So the bullet really hit its mark, Kai said, but it didn't kill. It became a bridge. In a control room, Zero saw Lena's clear gaze through Kai's eyes and said in his mind, Tell her I received the memory capsule. Thank you. Kai relayed the message. Lena's eyes reddened, but she smiled. Then I've received the confirmation receipt. Not bad. Suddenly, Kai and Zero simultaneously felt a violent space-time fluctuation, not from an external source, but from within themselves. Their causality perception abilities had been amplified exponentially after connecting. Now, they could not only see each other's causal lines, but also those of everyone around them. A bright line extended from Lily's head, connecting to some distant point. It was her longing for her father and the mission she had inherited. Lena's lines were far more complex, with many places where they had broken and been crudely reattached. The deepest one connected to her sister. And what shocked Kai the most was that he could see the line on his own head, pale gold, extending from between his eyebrows like a main trunk, from which a branch of the same gold color split off, stretching straight into the distance, connecting to Zero. And from Zero's side, a line also connected back to him. The two lines intertwined invisibly in the air, like a double helix. This is the visual representation of a causal symbiosis, Zero explained in his consciousness. We now share the same main causal trunk, but retain our individual branches. Lily curiously waved her hand in front of Kai. Are you two chatting in your minds right now? Kai nodded, and we can see causal lines. Yours is very bright, pointing southwest. That's your father's hometown, right? Lily's eyes widened. How did you? Part of the new ability, Kai said, but it's still unstable. We need to adapt. In the chaos of the media center, amidst Tyne's roars and Lena's shouts, two hearts, lonely for 30 years, truly saw each other for the first time. And the collapse of the closed-loop system had only just begun. Eternal Clock Tower, 200th floor, Tyne's private laboratory. Data streams on the holographic screens were scrolling frantically. The closed-loop system was out of control, the causal computation core was overloaded, and predictive models were collapsing one after another. Alarms blared continuously, and red warning windows nearly covered the entire console. Tyne slammed his fist on the desk, and a crack appeared on the expensive alloy surface. His perfect plan, his 30 years of scheming, destroyed in the final 3 minutes. Not because of a technical failure, not because of a calculation error. It was because of one person's choice. Kai Thorne had chosen a suicidal posture, triggering the marker gun's premature resonance. Then Zero reprogrammed the bullet with 3 keys, and Kai's immune gene activated the virus. Three events that should have been impossible to occur simultaneously happened in the same second, exceeding the predictive limits of the closed-loop system. Deputy Director, the head of technology, rushed in, his face pale. The time stasis layer is becoming unstable. Adrian Thorne's brainwaves are showing intense fluctuations. He's reverse hacking the system. Cut the connection. Tyne roared. We can't. The virus has already spread throughout the entire network. All security protocols have failed. Tyne closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 30 years of effort could not end here. He brought up the last emergency protocol, a plan he had never intended to use because the cost was too great. But now there was no choice. Initiate the causal tsunami protocol, he said. The head of technology stared wide-eyed. But that will release all the imprisoned causal sensitives. Their collective rampage will tear apart the city's temporal structure. Then let it be torn apart. Tyne's eyes were bloodshot. If I can't control time, then no one can. I want everyone to see how chaotic, how random, how cruel the world is without the closed-loop system. Deputy Director, please reconsider. Execute the order. Tyne drew his service pistol and aimed it at the head of technology. Now, the director, trembling, operated the console. A confirmation box popped up on the screen. Warning, initiating causal tsunami protocol will release all causal sensitives, 47 total. Regional temporal structure collapse is expected, with a potential impact zone covering the entirety of Neo-Kyoto. Confirm. Tyne pressed the confirmation key himself. Underground, 331st floor, the time stasis layer. 47 transparent containers opened simultaneously. The computation units inside, the imprisoned causal sensitives, opened their eyes. Their pupils flickered with chaotic causal lines. 30 years, or more, of time stasis had caused their abilities to warp and mutate under suppression. The first one screamed. The sound did not come from a throat, but vibrated directly from space-time. Then the second, the third. Their causal perceptions went rampant, radiating outwards indiscriminately. Timelines began to split, and fragments of the past and future superimposed themselves onto the present world. Media Center 10:07. Kai and Zero's consciousnesses were still in the process of merging. They shared dual memories, dual perceptions, but could still maintain independent thought. It feels strange, Zero said, his voice echoing directly in Kai's mind. I can see your childhood, your father's smile, the violets your mother planted. I can see the causality lines that you see. Kai responded, everyone's lines are. Trembling. It was true. In Kai's and Zero's vision, the causality lines of everyone in the media center were no longer stable threads of light, but violently shaking ribbons of color. Some were even beginning to snap, tangle, and knot. What's happening? Lily's voice came through the communicator. She was in the audience, supporting a newly memory-restored Lena. Kai and Zero looked towards the clock tower simultaneously. Their causal perception detected a terrifying wave surging from underground, sweeping through the city like a tsunami. Tane has initiated his final resort, Zero said. He's released all the causality sensitives. A collective rampage will trigger a space-time seizure. What's that? Lily asked. A collapse of the temporal structure, Kai explained. Fragments of the past and future will appear in the present. People will see things they shouldn't see, experience times they shouldn't experience. In severe areas, the flow of time will become completely chaotic. You might take a single step and age 10 years, or get trapped in an infinite loop of a single second. Lena looked up weakly. Can we stop it? We have to, Zero said. But we need to go to the source, the time stasis layer, shut down the release program, and stabilize the sensitives. How do we get there? Lily asked. The clock tower must be under a complete lockdown now. Kai looked at Zero. Their thoughts synchronized, and they instantly had a plan. We'll go from the inside, Kai said. The media center has a maintenance tunnel leading directly to the underground levels. It's marked on the blueprint Sarah gave us. I'll go with you, Lily said. No, Zero shook his head. You and Lena stay here and organize the evacuation. The space-time seizure will hit here soon, and the crowd will need guidance. Also, contact all the hunters from the Observer faction and activate the emergency protocol. The Time Trace Hunters training includes procedures for dealing with temporal collapse, even if it's never been put into practice. Lily bit her lip but nodded. Be careful. Kai and Zero ran towards the Media Center service corridor. Along the way, temporal anomalies were already beginning to manifest. A reporter suddenly froze, staring at his hands. I'm married? When? He was seeing a fragment of the future. A security hunter was marching in place, his foot returning to its original position every time he lifted it. He was trapped in a 3-second time loop. The hands on a wall clock spun wildly, sometimes forward, sometimes backward. At the end of the corridor was a maintenance elevator. Kai entered the code Sarah had given him. 7749-331, Yendi. The elevator descended, but its movement was unstable, speeding up and slowing down. At one point, it even shot back up several floors. The flow of time is in disarray, Zero said. Hold on tight. The elevator finally stopped at level 331. The doors opened not to a normal hallway, but to a distorted space. The walls flowed like melting wax. The ceiling and floor rotated slowly, and light was refracted into bizarre, iridescent colors. A space-time distortion zone, Kai said. Don't trust what you see. Follow the causality lines. With their dual perception, they could see the true temporal structure, a relatively stable path cutting through the distorted area, leading to the control room of the time stasis layer. They moved along the path. All around them were sounds, conversations from the past, warnings from the future, echoes from different timelines. Kai, a familiar voice called. Kai turned his head. He saw his father, not the one in the container, but his father as a young man, wearing a white lab coat and smiling at him. It's a projection from the past, Zero warned. Don't get distracted. But as they continued, they saw other projections. A childhood Lin Chi crying in the lab, Evelyn writing a letter in her small house on Yinshi Lane, Miro cleaning his gun in the church, Lena on duty at the observatory. The past was seeping into the present. They finally reached the control room. The door was open, and the inside was a wreck. The control console was smashed, screen shattered, and papers and parts were scattered across the floor. Tane stood in the center, his back to them, watching a massive monitor on the wall that displayed the temporal anomalies across the city. You've arrived, Tane said without turning around. Just in time. Look what your victory has brought. On the screen, in the central plaza, an old man suddenly regressed into a baby, then aged rapidly to death. On a commercial street, pedestrians were trapped in different temporal flows, some moving as fast as lightning, others as slow as snails. In a residential area, houses flickered between their past and future states, by turns brand new and then dilapidated. The spatio-temporal epilepsy is spreading. Tyne turned around, his eyes bloodshot, but his expression was unnaturally calm. It's expected to cover the entire city within 2 hours. Then Neo-Kyoto will become a graveyard of time, past, present, and future mixed together, with no order, no logic, only complete chaos. This is your doing, Zero roared. You forced my hand. Tyne roared back. I gave humanity order. I gave them a certain future, and you chose this. He pointed at the chaos on the screen. Kai stepped forward. Your daughter's death made you hate chance. But what you're doing now is 1,000 times crueler than the chance she encountered. Tyne's expression twisted. Don't you dare mention my daughter. Why? Kai continued. Because you know that if she were still alive, she would hate what you've become. She would say, Dad, you're using the suffering of more people to prove my death had meaning. Tyne's hands were trembling. Her death had no meaning. Kai's voice was soft, but preternaturally clear in the distorted space. Just a stray bullet, a mistake, a chance event. But you couldn't accept it. So you spent all these years trying to eliminate all chance, trying to prove that if the world was deterministic, then her death was inevitable, and therefore had meaning. Shut up. But the truth is, Kai said, every moment she smiled when she was alive, that was the meaning. The joy she felt when she skipped rope, the way she depended on you when she called you dad, all her chance moments. Those were the proof of her existence. You're trying to bury those chance moments with determinism, but you're actually burying her life. Tyne felt his knees. Not a physical kneel, but a spiritual collapse. 30 years of obsession, pierced by a single sentence. His voice broke. I just didn't want other fathers to go through my pain. But you're creating more pain, Zero said. Milo's daughter lost her father. Lena lost her sister. I lost my childhood. Kai lost his parents. Your daughter's death was a tragedy, but you turned that tragedy into a weapon and hurt countless people. Tyne looked up, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. It's too late. The causal tsunami has been initiated. It can't be stopped. The sensitives have gone too berserk. Their consciousness has already merged with the fabric of time. Shutting down the program is useless. Kai and Zero looked at each other. Their shared thoughts analyzed the situation rapidly. There is one way, Zero said. If we can stabilize the sensitives, put them into a collective slumber, the fabric of time will repair itself naturally. How do we stabilize them? Kai asked. Someone needs to enter their collective consciousness and guide them to calm down. Zero looked at Kai. You have the immunity gene. You can resist the temporal chaos. I have 30 years of experience coexisting with causality. If we go together, a deep state of consciousness fusion, Kai understood. What's the risk? We might not come back, Zero confessed. Our consciousness could be trapped in the interstice of time, or be consumed by the chaotic thoughts of the sensitives. Kai didn't hesitate. Let's do it. Tyne looked at them and suddenly laughed, a desolate sound. Do you really believe? That connection can save everything. I don't, Kai said, but I believe in choice. And we choose to try. They walked to the main console. Zero operated the remaining systems, bringing up the neural connection interface for the sensitives. Place your hands here. Zero pointed to 2 sensor plates. The system will guide us into their collective consciousness. Remember, maintain your sense of self, but don't resist the connection. Be like a river flowing into the ocean, but remember you are a single drop of water. Kai and Zero placed their hands on the sensor plates simultaneously. Their consciousness sank into the sea of time. They saw, not with their eyes, but with their very existence. 47 consciousnesses, like 47 shattered stars, drifted in the dark ocean of time. Each was trapped by their own past. One was stuck in an infinite loop of childhood trauma. Another trembled in fear of the future. Another was trapped in a layer of stilled time, believing it to be eternity. Kai and Zero's consciousness acted as a bridge, connecting all the fragments. What they transmitted was not language, but sensation. The firmness of soil, the flow of wind, the temperature of rain, the rhythm of a heartbeat. The fundamental aspects of existence that time could not take away. One sensitive stopped screaming. He saw the breakfast his mother made for him long ago, the scent of warm milk. A second one calmed down. She remembered the feeling of her palms sweating when she first fell in love. A third, a fourth. The ocean of collective consciousness gradually shifted from tempestuous to placid. The structure of time began to repair itself. The distorted space slowly returned to normal. The abnormal flow rate balanced out, and the fragments of past and future gradually faded. But Kai and Zero's consciousness sank deeper and deeper. Guiding 47 people consumed immense mental power, and the boundaries of their selves began to blur. I can't hold on much longer. Zero's thoughts came through. Just a little longer. Que responded. Just then, they felt another consciousness join them. Not a sensitive, but an external, gentle, familiar one. It was Adrian Thorne. From the depths of the time stasis layer, their father, with his last ounce of strength, gave them a push. Go, my children. His thoughts were like a gentle breeze. Time needs you to live. A thrust pushed Kai and Zero's consciousness out of the collective ocean. They returned to reality. In the main control room, the chaos on the screens was subsiding. The spread of the spatiotemporal epilepsy had stopped, and the anomalous zones were shrinking. Tane was still kneeling on the floor, but he was operating the control console, not creating chaos, but assisting in the repairs. I'm shutting down the remaining anomaly nodes. He didn't look up. This is probably the only thing I can do. To atone, Kai and Zero stood up, exhausted, but their consciousnesses were still linked. They could feel each other's thoughts, like 2 hemispheres of the same brain. Where's Father? Kai asked. Zero brought up the surveillance feed. In the time stasis layer, Adrian's container was empty, not opened but vanished. Along with all the cables and equipment, it had turned into fundamental particles. He chose to dissipate completely, Zero said softly, so as not to leave any trace that could be misused. Kai felt a dull ache, but also a sense of relief. His father was free in his own way. Alarms blared again, but this time from the upper levels. TTC internal security forces were approaching. The observer faction's hunters and the remnants of the control faction were still in conflict. "We should go," Zero said. They walked towards the exit. As they passed Tane, Kai stopped. "What will happen to you?" he asked. Tane smiled, a weary but clear smile. "I'll face judgment. And then, maybe I'll go to my daughter's grave and tell her I finally understand." He looked at Kai and Zero. "And you?" "The bullet hit, but you're still alive. And connected." Kai touched the space between his eyebrows. There was a faint golden scar there, not a wound, but a mark, the mark of the causal link. "We still have a lot to do," he said. Leaving the main control room, they passed through the time stasis layer that was returning to normal, found an emergency exit, and returned to the city surface. Outside, the afternoon sun was a bit glaring. There were still residual traces of temporal anomalies on the streets. A tree was half autumn yellow and half spring green. The front half of the car was new, while the back half was rusted. But people were already beginning to recover from the chaos, helping each other and cleaning the streets. Lily and Lena were waiting for them at the designated spot. Both had minor injuries, but were in good spirits. "The observers have taken control of the clock tower," Lena said. "Director Sarah is chairing a provisional meeting to discuss the restructuring of the TTC. "And Tane?" Lily asked. "He's inside," Kai said. "He won't resist anymore." The four of them stood on the street corner, looking at the spire of the eternal clock tower in the distance. The setting sun plated it in gold, like a giant hand pointing to the next tick of time. "What's next?" Lily asked. Kai and Zero looked at each other. Their thoughts answered in sync. Rebuild. Not rebuild control, but rebuild understanding. Turn the causal computation core into an archive, to record time, not predict it. Train the time trace hunters to be guides, not enforcers. And Kai touched the scar between his eyebrows. Learn how to coexist with this bridge. Zero nodded. And find out how many more bullets are in flight. Stop them or change them. The wind blew through the streets, carrying the fresh scent of post-rain air. Time continued to flow. Imperfect, uncertain, but free. And they chose, in this flow, to be each other's eyes, each other's anchor. Volume 3. Fated Part 3. The end that was not the end 3 hours later in the temporary command center at the top of the clock tower. Sarah Vincent chaired the first internal TTA meeting of the post-Tane era. In attendance were high-ranking hunters from the Observer faction, the head of the technical department, and, as special advisors, Kai and Zero. The two sat at opposite ends of the table, but everyone knew they were, in fact, sitting together. "First, let's confirm the current situation." Sarah pulled up the holographic report. "The causal computation core has been permanently shut down and repurposed as the chronospatial archive. It will only record, not predict. Tane and his core team, 23 individuals in total, have been detained and are awaiting judicial trial. The aftershocks of the chronospatial epilepsy completely subsided within 72 hours. The citywide confirmed death toll is 47, with 1,893 injured, most of whom are now out of danger. A heavy number, but less than anticipated, had it not been for Kai and Zero stabilizing the sensitives in time. The death toll could have been 10 times higher. Next, the new policy framework. Sarah continued. Effective today, the TTC is renamed the Time Symbiosis Center. The core mission is shifting from managing time to understanding time. Chronotrace hunters will be renamed Chronotrace guides, and their focus will shift from eliminating chronotraces to helping those affected by them understand the phenomenon, adapt to their abilities, and make informed choices. A tech supervisor raised his hand. What about the existing predictive models and tagging protocols? All sealed, Sarah said. Only special research projects unanimously approved by the Ethics Committee may apply for access. Furthermore, she looked at Kai and Zero. These two special consultants hold veto power, All eyes turned to the two ends of the table. Kai spoke first. We will not abuse this power. But if anyone attempts to restart any form of causal control project, we will stop it. Zero added, by any means necessary. His golden eyes swept across the room, and no one dared to meet his gaze. The meeting continued, discussing details, personnel restructuring, training programs, public communication, victim compensation. As Kai listened, he conversed with Zero in his mind. They're afraid of us. Of course, our very existence is a challenge to the old order. But we can't become the new managers. Agreed. That's why we need to set our own rules. During a break, Kai and Zero walked out to the observation deck. The city was lighting up in the encroaching night, though some areas remained dark. The damage from the chronospatial epilepsy was not yet fully repaired. About our connection, Zero said, I've analyzed the data. The degree of consciousness fusion will deepen with time and interaction, but we can set boundaries. For instance, we can agree not to pry into each other's most private memories, not to borrow each other's bodies without consent, and that major decisions must be mutually agreed upon. Okay, noted. What else? In terms of abilities, we can see and slightly adjust causal threads, but this consumes a vast amount of mental energy and carries risks. Back in a lab, if you had nudged that thread a little harder, you might have made those technicians make entirely different choices, even altering the course of their lives. So we can't use it casually. Correct. Only in extreme necessity, and with a joint judgment. Zero paused. And the most important part, the cost. Our lives are now causally bound. If I die, you will lose most of your consciousness and become vegetative. If you die, the same will happen to me. Kai looked out at the city nightscape. So we have to live with extra care. And live for a long time, Zero said with a rare smile. The good news is, according to preliminary scans, our biological ages are undergoing temporal averaging due to the connection. You're 11 years older than me, and now our cellular ages are converging toward the mean. Theoretically, we might share a lifespan, meaning if we were each meant to live 80 years, we might now live to 160 together. Not that exaggerated, but an extension is certain. We'll need a detailed physical examination for specifics. Kai was silent for a moment. Zero. Yes. Thank you for firing that shot 30 years ago. Zero was silent in his mind for a long time. Then he said, Thank you for catching it now. The wind blew across the platform, and the two shared the sensation of the same breeze. Lena approached from behind, holding two communicators. New devices for you. Encrypted channel, anti-tracking, and a synergy mode designed especially for you. You can enable a deep connection with a single touch or set bandwidth limits for thought sharing. Kai took one, and Zero took the other. She understands quickly, Zero said in his mind, because she's experienced a memory overwrite. She knows what it feels like to have her consciousness invaded. Kai replied aloud to Lena, Thanks. This is very useful. Lena looked at them both and suddenly said, When you speak now, do you get mixed up? I mean, sometimes you speak, but it feels like he's the one talking. Or he's speaking in his mind, but using your tone. Kai and Zero looked at each other, through their physical eyes and their shared vision simultaneously. We're learning to differentiate, Kai said. But some things merge naturally, Zero added. Lily also came out of the conference room, holding a tablet. Just got a message from the Ministry of Justice. Tane's trial is set for next month. He's asking to see you. Okay, Froned. What? He said he has important information for both ends of the bridge, Lily relayed. About other bullets. A chill ran through Kai and Zero at the same time. More than one bullet, Zero asked in their shared consciousness. Kai recalled the data his father had left behind. Lin used marker gun project. Had more than one test subject. They looked at Lily. Lily pulled up the data. I checked the notes Moreau left. 30 years ago, before his son Lin Chi, Lin Yu conducted 3 preliminary experiments. The subjects were all children from an orphanage. But the records are vague, with only codenames. Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Are they still alive? Kai asked. Unknown. But Tay might know, Lily said. It's his bargaining chip. Sarah walked out, overhearing the conversation. If there are other marker gun bullets still in flight, that means there are other causal anchors somewhere. They could be children, or they could be adults by now. They might not know about their abilities, or they might already be using them. Kai touched the golden sigil on his brow. One bullet had already changed their lives. If there were more, we'll see, Tane, Zero decided in their mind. But in a fully controlled environment, Kai added, and we need to have all the information first. Lena nodded. I'll arrange it. But before that, you two need to rest. The connection was just established. Your brains are still in an adaptation period. Overuse could lead to neural fatigue, or even permanent damage. She was right. Kai could already feel a dull ache in his temples, like a string pulled too tight. Let's go back to our place, Zero said. We need to learn how to live together. Their accommodations were arranged in an apartment building near the clock tower, 2 rooms across the hall from each other, physically separate but mentally connected. This way, they had private space while remaining linked at all times. Leaving the clock tower, Kai glanced back at the building that had ruled the time of Neo-Kyoto for 30 years. It was no longer the eternal clock tower. Tomorrow, workers would begin dismantling the surveillance matrix on its outer walls, replacing it with transparent glass. The control center on the top floor would be converted into a public observation deck. The time stasis level in the basement would be permanently sealed and turned into a memorial. And he and Zero would be the last 2 special existences of this building. Sitting in the car back to the apartment, Kai asked in their shared consciousness, "Do you hate your father?" A long silence. Then Zero answered, "I used to, but now, through your memories, I saw your father's choices. And I understood that my father, Lin Yu, perhaps also had his moments of regret. He just never had the chance to say it. If he had the chance to say it, would you want to listen?" Yes. Zero's voice was very soft in their mind. But there probably won't be a chance. The car stopped in front of the apartment building. The 2 of them got out and walked towards different doors. But before opening his, Kai said in their mind, "Good night, Zero. Godnichtke." The doors closed. Physically, they were in 2 separate rooms. But on the causal plane, for the first time, they were no longer alone. Neo-Kyoto Central Court, 6th Tribunal. Marcus Tane, dressed in a gray prison uniform, sat in the defendant's dock. His handcuffs and shackles were custom-made, a model designed to suppress causal energy fluctuations. The public gallery was packed. Reporters, victims' families, employees of the TTC, now the Time Symbiosis Center, and ordinary citizens. Kai and Zero sat in a special observation room, watching the trial through a one-way mirror. They couldn't appear in court directly. The Ministry of Justice worried their presence would affect the fairness of the trial, and their own state of being causally conjoined had raised numerous legal and ethical questions. The defendant, Marcus Tane, former deputy director of the Time Administration Bureau. The chief judge's voice came through the speakers. "You are charged with a total of 47 crimes, including crimes against humanity, illegal imprisonment, tampering with temporal trace data, and attempted murder. How do you plead?" Tane looked up. He appeared much older than he had a month ago, his hair completely white and his back slightly stooped, but his eyes were still sharp. "I admit to committing the acts in the indictment." His voice was calm. "But I did not plead guilty." A stir went through the public gallery. The judge struck the gavel. "Please explain." Tane stood up. A bailiff pressed on his shoulder, but he insisted on standing. "Everything I did was for one goal, to eliminate the randomness of human suffering." His gaze swept across the gallery. "Ladies and gentlemen, who among you has not experienced a meaningless loss? Who has not asked, 'Why me?' My daughter died at the age of 9 from a stray bullet, simply because she happened to be standing there. No reason, no meaning, pure probability." His voice began to tremble, but he quickly brought it under control. "From that day on, I swore to create a world where every bullet has its reason for hitting its mark, where every death has its inevitability. I joined the TTC. I supported Lin Yu's marker gun project. I restarted the closed-loop experiment. Not for power, but to end the suffering brought by randomness." The prosecutor rose to object. "But you used suffering to create inevitability. You imprisoned living people as computational units. You tampered with temporal trace data to create accidental deaths. You attempted to control the free will of the entire city's population." Tay nodded. "I used extreme measures. But I ask you, if the closed-loop system were completed, crime would disappear, accidents would disappear, war would disappear because everything would have an inevitable consequence, and no one would dare to risk wrongdoing. Isn't such a world worth the price? Some in the gallery whispered, some shook their heads, but a few were thinking. Kai clenched his fists in the observation room. He's manipulating them, Zero said in his mind. But some people will listen to what he's saying, Kai responded, because everyone has experienced meaningless suffering. The judge struck the gavel again. This is not a philosophical debate. The defendant will please answer directly. Do you admit to committing the specific acts of which you are accused? Tain took a deep breath. I admit it, but I maintain that my motive was for the greater good. And his gaze suddenly shifted to the one-way glass, as if he could see Kai and Zero behind it. Although my experiment failed, it proved the possibility. Causality can be calculated, it can be guided. The method just needs to be adjusted. The prosecutor frowned. What are you implying? Tain smiled. A strange smile, a mixture of regret and a certain satisfaction. I failed, but someone succeeded, he said. Kai Thorne and Lin Chi, they are now causally conjoined. They have proven the ultimate form I envisioned. Two people sharing causality, sharing perception, yet retaining independent will. This isn't a punishment, it's evolution. The entire courtroom was in an uproar. Reporters wrote frantically. People in the gallery turned to look toward the observation room, though they couldn't see inside. The judge slammed the gavel. Order. This is irrelevant to the case. It is relevant. Tain raised his voice. Because my trial should not just be about punishment. It should be about learning. I learned from my mistakes. You cannot force, you can only guide. You cannot control, you can only connect. And that is precisely what they are doing now. He sat back down, his voice suddenly weary. So I plead guilty, not because I believe I was wrong, but because I used the wrong method. I find myself guilty, but I ask the court to consider my research data, my failed experiences should be preserved, analyzed, and used to find a better way. The prosecutor wanted to say more, but the judge raised a hand to stop him. Does the defendant have anything else to say? Tain took one last look at the one-way glass. Tell Kai and Zero, in my private safe on sublevel 331, I've left a gift. The password is a combination of today's date and my daughter's birthday. Inside is what they need. Then he turned to the judge. I have finished my statement. After the court adjourned, Kai and Zero were quickly escorted out of the courthouse by security personnel. Reporters swarmed them, questions flying like raindrops. Are you really causally conjoined? Tain said you are evolution. Do you agree? Will you take over his management of time? Zero said in his mind. Don't answer. Anything we say now will be twisted. Kai kept his head down, weaving through the crowd until he was in the car. Lily was already waiting inside. Straight to the clock tower. I've already had someone retrieve Tain's safe, but your presence is required to open it. It has a biometric lock. The car headed for the clock tower. The three of them were silent the entire way. What game is Tain playing? Zero asked in his mind. Could be a trap, Kai responded. Or it could be a genuine final testament. Or both, Lily said aloud. Tain was a complicated man. He genuinely believed he was doing good, but he also did terrible things. Now that he's failed, maybe he wants to leave a legacy. To whom? To the future, Lily said. To the next person who might walk this path. Or to the people who would stop it. They arrived at the 331st sublevel of the clock tower. The area had been cleared out, with most of the equipment from the time stasis level dismantled, leaving only the framework of a memorial. Tain's private safe was in a hidden compartment next to what was originally Adrian's laboratory. The safe had a heavy alloy door and required a password and biometrics, retina, and fingerprints. Kai entered the password, the current date plus the birthday of Tain's daughter, Xiaoyu. System verification was successful. Then came the biometrics, Tain's retina and fingerprint. He planned this long ago, Zero said. He knew we would be the ones to open this safe. The safe door slid open silently. Inside, there were no weapons, no dangerous items. Only three things. An old-fashioned music box, identical to the one in Lena's memory capsule. When opened, a small figurine spun and played Fur Elise. A stack of paper letters tied with a ribbon. The envelope on top was addressed to Kai and Zero. A data chip. Kai picked up the music box. A line of small text was engraved on the bottom. To Xiaoyu, Happy 9th birthday. Love, Dad. It was Tyne's daughter's music box. Lily took the data chip and inserted it into a portable reader. The screen lit up, displaying a file list. Marker gun preliminary experiment logs, complete version. Orphanage children list and subsequent tracking. Distribution map of causal sensitives, New Kyoto City. Lin used unpublished research notes. Zero said in his mind, read the letters first. Kai opened the top letter. It was in Tyne's handwriting, dated 1 month ago, the day before his arrest. Kai, Zero, if you're reading this letter, it means my trial is over, and I am likely in prison or somewhere worse. First, an apology would be insincere, so I'll be direct. What I did to you were necessary steps in an experiment. Whether you hate me or understand, the fact is, you are now the first causally conjoined pair in human history. You've proven that two people can share causality without losing their individual selves. This is an achievement my 30 years of research failed to reach. But this is not the end. The music box was my daughter's only memento. I leave it to you as a reminder. Everything I did began with a father's pain. Your current abilities may also have begun in pain, but do not let them end in it. The data chip contains everything you need. The 3 children from the preliminary marker gun experiments, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. None of them possessed Lin Chi's complete anchor ability, but they were all implanted with a simplified version of the marking protocol. If they're still alive, they should be around 40 years old now. They may not know about their abilities, or they may have already discovered them. More importantly, before the project was terminated, Lin Yu secretly created another prototype marker gun. That gun didn't use a living anchor, but rather a collective subconscious anchor. In theory, that gun can mark anyone, without needing a blood or emotional connection. I do not know the whereabouts of that gun, but there may be clues in Lin Yu's research notes. Finally, regarding yourselves, the state of being causally conjoined will evolve over time. You can now see causal threads. In the future, you may see more parallel timelines, branches of possibility, even direct images of the past and future. But with greater power comes a greater price. Each use will consume your causal credit. Overuse will lead to temporal perception disorder, or even losing your consciousness in a stream of time. Set rules. Follow them. This is the only advice I have for you. I am not your mentor, nor am I your friend. I am your cautionary tale. I hope you do better than I did. Marcus Tane. After the letter was read, the 3 of them fell silent for a long time. Lily was the first to speak. The other prototype marker gun, if it exists, and if it uses a collective subconscious anchor point, it means anyone could become a target, Kai continued. And it might not take 30 years. It could be much faster. Zero pulled up the files in his chip's consciousness. He quickly scanned through Lin Yu's research notes. Found it, he said. The prototype gun's code name is Destiny. Lin Yu wrote in his notes, if individual anchor points are limited, then use the collective subconscious of all humanity as the anchor. This way, the one pulling the trigger is humanity as a whole, and the target is any individual who deviates from the predetermined track. Predetermined track? Lily frowned. The perfect social model that Lin Yu envisioned, Zero continued to read. He believed that human civilization has an optimal development path, and any individual or event that deviates from this path should be corrected. Destiny is the tool for that correction. A chill ran down Kai's spine. If that gun is activated, it will automatically mark everyone who doesn't conform to the optimal path. Zero's voice grew heavy even in his consciousness. And because the anchor is the collective subconscious, it's nearly impossible to defend against. Where's the gun? Lily asked. Zero quickly searched the notes, then paused. The last entry, dated the day before Lin Yu's death, he said. Destiny is complete. Location, Yangshi Lane No. 43, 3rd basement level. Yangshi Lane No. 43, the place where Lin Chi fired the gun 30 years ago. The place where Kai's mother hid the key 3 years ago. And now, it held another secret. Kai and Zero looked at each other. We have to go, Kai said in his consciousness. But this time, it can't be just the 2 of us, Zero responded. Lily had already picked up her communicator. I'll assemble a team. But the situation at Yangshi Lane is complicated now. The temporal epilepsy left severe, Chronoscar pollution. It's risky for ordinary hunters to enter. Then let's form a task force, Kai said. Small but elite. Who? Kai thought for a moment. Me, Zero, you, Lena. And Sarah Vincent. Her research in causal psychology might be useful. Lily nodded and began making the calls. Zero asked Kai in his consciousness. Are you afraid? Yes, Kai answered honestly. But I'm more afraid of not going. He picked up Tane's daughter's music box and gently opened it. The small figurine twirled, and the melody of Fur Elise echoed in the empty basement, out of tune, but gentle. Tane lost his daughter, so he wanted to control all of time to prevent other fathers from experiencing his pain. Lin Chi lost his childhood, so he wandered for 30 years, only to finally catch his own bullet. Kai lost his parents, but now, he was no longer alone. The music stopped. Kai closed the box. Let's go, he said. To end the flight of the last bullet, Zero added. In the darkness of night, Yangshi Lane looked like an inflamed wound. The temporal epilepsy had left its most severe after effects here. Chronoscar pollution had reached level 5. An ordinary person entering without a protective suit would experience temporal perception distortion within half an hour. On the lane's walls, images of the past and future blurred together like water stains. The running figure of a homeless child from 30 years ago, the silhouette of Evelyn hurrying past 3 years ago, and fragments of a future that had yet to happen. A fire? Reconstruction? No one knew. The 6 members of the task force stood at the entrance to the lane, all wearing light protective suits. Kai, Zero, Lily, Lena, Sarah, and one extra person, Chen Yuan Shan. Yes, Tane's former second-in-command, who had chosen to cooperate after Tane's arrest. He was the most familiar with the underground structure of Yangshi Lane No. 43 because 3 years ago, he was the one who led the team to deal with Evelyn. I know you don't trust me. Chen Yuanshan's voice was muffled behind his protective mask. I don't trust myself either. But I know the layout down there, and I know where the traps are. That can reduce casualties. Lily watched him coldly. If you try anything, I'll be the first to shoot. Understood. The golden scar on Kai's brow glowed faintly in the darkness. Approaching the high-concentration time scar contamination zone, the scar grew hot, as if in warning and also in resonance. He could feel something below, a powerful source of causal energy that had lain dormant for many years. The scar is guiding the way, he told Zero in his consciousness. So, am I, Zero responded. My golden eyes can see the flow of energy. It's like an underground river, with its source right beneath number 43. They walked into the alley. The ground beneath their feet was soft like stepping on a temporal sponge. The images on the walls to their sides shifted as they moved. Left wall. A 10-year-old Lin Chi, curled up beside a pile of trash, shivering from the cold. Right wall. A middle-aged Evelyn glanced back, her eyes wary. The ground ahead, a possible vision of the future, 3 of their group of 6 lying in pools of blood. Don't trust those images, said Sarah, the team psychologist, responsible for monitoring their mental states. The time scar contamination projects what you fear or desire. They aren't prophecies, they're reflections. But Kai knew some of the images were real, events that had actually happened. In the future, perhaps it was one of many possibilities. They reached number 43. The abandoned vending machine was still there, but it had rusted into a heap of scrap metal. The wall behind it looked solid, but Chen Yuan Shan pressed a hidden spot, and it slid open silently, revealing a staircase leading down. 3 levels underground, Chen Yuan Shan said. The first level was Evelyn's hiding place. The second was a surveillance point set up by Tane. The third, I've never been down. Tane said it was a restricted zone, and only he knew the password. The staircase was narrow, only allowing for single file. Kai took the lead, and Zero brought up the rear. This way, the 2 of them could sense what was ahead and behind simultaneously. The first level was a sparse room, a bed, a table, and photos of Kai as a child on the wall. On the table sat a dust-covered frame holding a picture of Evelyn and Adrian. Young, smiling, oblivious to the separation their future held. Kai picked up the frame, wiping away the dust. Your mother lived here for 20 years, Zero said in his consciousness, able to share Kai's emotional fluctuations. To hide, to protect me. Kai put the frame back in its place. The second level was a monitoring room. The screens were dark, but the equipment remained. Chun Yuan-shan fiddled with the controls, the backup power kicked in, and the screens lit up, displaying live surveillance of every corner of Yangshi Alley, including the path they had just walked. Tane was watching this place all along, Lily said. Why? Because Evelyn was a causal immune, Sarah analyzed. Her genetics were the core of the marker gun research. Tane wanted to capture her, but didn't dare make a reckless move. He was afraid she'd destroy the key. So he waited, Lena added, until Evelyn thought she was safe, let her guard down, and then... She didn't finish the sentence, but they all knew how it ended. Chun Yuan-shan looked down. I led the team that day. We used a neurotoxin, non-lethal, but it rendered her unconscious. Evelyn had no chance to fight back. But we searched the entire room and never found the key. Tane later deduced she had hidden it deeper. The third level, Kai said. The entrance to the third level was a heavy alloy door that required a password and biometric identification. The keypad was old but still worked. What could the password be? Lily asked. Kai recalled the words in Tane's letter. The password is a combination of today's date and my daughter's birthday. He typed in today's date plus Xiaoyu's birthday. Error. He tried again. Xiaoyu's birthday plus today's date. Still an error. Maybe it wasn't set by Tane, Zero said in his consciousness. Lin Yu said it. Kai thought for a moment. What password would Lin Yu have used? His son Lin Chi's birthday? The project launch date? He tried typing Lin Chi's birthday. Error. Suddenly, the scar between Kai's eyebrows grew intensely hot. He instinctively reached out and pressed his hand against the door's biometric panel. It wasn't for a fingerprint, but required his entire palm. The door emitted a soft blue light as it scanned his palm. Then, a synthesized male voice announced, "Genetic signature detected. Evelyn Thorne. Welcome, key holder." The door opened. It wasn't a password. It was a genetic lock. Only Evelyn or her direct descendants could open it. Kai looked back at Zero. They both understood. Evelyn had known about the third level's existence and might have even been inside. She had hidden the key on the third level, but had left the way to open it, her own genes, to her son. Behind the door was a downward slope, so deep its bottom couldn't be seen. The air held a mixed scent of old metal and ozone. They switched on their headlamps and walked down. At the end of the slope was a huge, circular space with a platform in the center. On the platform, there was a gun. Not an old-fashioned firearm, not a lag pistol, not even the silver marker gun that Lin Chi had held. This gun was transparent, as if carved from crystal. Inside, countless points of light flowed like a miniature galaxy. It floated half a meter above the platform, rotating slowly. "Destiny," Lily whispered. Sarah took out a radiation detector. "Causal energy readings are off the charts. It's exceeding the instrument's maximum limit." Lena pulled up a temporal trace scan. The flow of time around the gun is 1,000th of the outside world. It's enclosed in its own time bubble. Chun Yuan-shan suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his head. I hear voices. So many people's voices. It's the resonance from the collective subconscious anchor, Sarah analyzed quickly. The gun is connected to humanity's collective subconscious, able to receive surface-level thoughts. Chun Yuan-shan is causally sensitive, so he's the most affected. Kai and Zero walked toward the platform. As they got closer, the scar between Kai's eyebrows grew hotter, and Zero's golden eyes began to shine brightly. "I can see," Zero said in his mind, his voice a little dazed. "The gun is connected to countless threads, a thread for every person. It's dormant, but if it's awakened..." Kai saw it too. Through the resonance of his scar, he perceived the gun's internal structure. It wasn't a weapon, but more like a tribunal. It was pre-programmed with a perfect social model and would automatically mark all who deviated. "What do we turn off?" Lily asked. Zero walked a circle around the platform. "There's no obvious control interface. It's likely fully automated, running on a preset program." "What's the preset program?" Kai read the information from his scar's resonance. "The optimal developmental path for civilization set by Lin Yu. Any event or individual deviating from this path beyond a certain threshold will be marked. After being marked, causality will automatically find a correction window. Just like what Tyan did to us," Lena said, "but on the scale of all humanity." Sarah frowned. But why hasn't the gun activated yet? It's been here for 30 years. Because it's missing a trigger, Zero said. The collective subconscious anchor needs a collective consciousness resonance to be fully activated. It's as if all of humanity needs to simultaneously generate some kind of strong, shared emotion or will at a single moment. What kind of resonance? It could be extreme fear, like a global catastrophe, Zero analyzed. Or it could be extreme hope, like a technological breakthrough or a declaration of peace. Anything that can penetrate individual differences and touch the foundation of the collective subconscious. Kai suddenly thought of it. The space-time seizure, the citywide spatiotemporal chaos, that collective fear and confusion. That might have already partially activated it. Zero's voice grew serious. If destiny is already partially active, it might already be selecting targets. As if to verify his words, the points of light inside the transparent gun suddenly accelerated their flow. Then, a beam shot out from the muzzle. Not a physical beam of light, but a projection of causal energy. The beam unfolded in midair, becoming a holographic image, a map of Neo-Kyoto City. On the map, dozens of red dots were blinking. Next to each red dot were data and a countdown timer. Lily leaned in for a closer look. Are these names, occupations, and a deviation percentage? Sarah read the nearest red dot aloud. Zhang Mingyuan, architect. Deviation, 17%. Estimated correction window, 14 days. Method of correction, loss of inspiration leading to project failure, career termination. It's marking people, Lena said, her face pale, and it's already counting down. Can it see us? Chen Yuanshan asked. Zero interacted with the platform. Though there was no control interface, his golden eyes could see the nodes of energy flow. He tried to interfere with the flow of one of the nodes. The map flickered, and then a new red dot appeared. Kai Thorne and Lin Chi causally conjoined. Deviation, 89%. Estimated correction window, 3 days. Method of correction, connection overload leading to consciousness dissolution. It's marking us, Kai said, because we are the beings who deviate most from the optimal path. Zero gave a bitter smile. In Lin's model, a causal entanglement should be an impossible event. Lily pulled out her time-lag pistol. Then let's destroy this damn thing. Wait, Sarah stopped her. If we destroy it by force, it could cause the anchor point to lose control. If the collective subconscious energy is released chaotically, it could drive the entire city into collective madness. Then what do we do? Everyone looked at Kai and Zero. Kai stared at the levitating, transparent gun. The resonance from his scar was intensifying. He could feel. It wasn't just the gun. There was something else. Below the platform. He crouched down, feeling the floor. One of the tiles was loose. He pried it open, revealing a metal box underneath. Opening the box, he found a letter and a smaller crystal inside, similar to the key crystal his mother had left him, but this one was pure white. The letter was in Lin Yu's handwriting, dated a week before his death. To the future discoverer, if you are reading this letter, it means you have found destiny. It also means that, in the end, I failed. When I designed Destiny, I thought I was installing an autopilot for human civilization. But the night I wrote the final line of code, I had a dream. I dreamt that all of humanity had become a neat phalanx, every step perfectly synchronized. No one turned their head, no one fell, but also, no one smiled. I woke up at the start, realizing I had created not evolution, but stagnation. But I can no longer stop it. Once written, the core protocol of Destiny cannot be deleted, only overwritten. In overwriting, it requires a new key, something that can represent the true essence of humanity. I pondered for a long time, what is the essence of humanity? Not perfection, not efficiency, not order. It is error. It is taking the winding path, getting back up after falling, loving the wrong person, choosing the wrong road. It is the possibility that grows out of all the should-nots. Therefore, I created this new key, the error crystal. It can overwrite Destiny's perfectionist protocol, rewriting it into a possibility protocol. But activating the error crystal requires a condition. It must be activated simultaneously by two individuals who have deviated the most from the perfect path, on the premise that they fully understand and accept each other's errors. Because only those who truly understand the value of error are qualified to define a new path. If you have found this key, please ask yourselves, are you willing to embrace each other's errors as a microcosm of humanity? If the answer is yes, place the crystal into the core slot of destiny. Then, hold each other's hands. This will not be the end. It will be another beginning. Linyu. After the letter was read, silence filled the round hall. Kai picked up the pure, white crystal. It was light, almost weightless, but holding it, he could feel a faint pulse like a heartbeat. Two individuals who have deviated the most from the perfect path, Lena said, looking at Kai and Zero. Obviously, that's you too. Understand and accept each other's errors. What does that mean? Lily asked. Kai and Zero looked at each other. He knew he would come, Zero said in his mind. 30 years ago, he foresaw this day, or he hoped for a day like this. Kai responded. As a psychologist, Sarah offered her interpretation. You need to be honest about your deepest mistakes, regrets, and guilt, the things that made you deviate from perfection. Then you must accept them, not just your own, but the others as well. It's a dual acceptance, both emotional and cognitive. Kai thought for a moment. Then he spoke, to everyone, but mainly to Zero. My mistake was, after my father disappeared, I chose to believe the TTC's official story. I chose not to ask questions because asking was too painful. I let my father suffer for 3 more years in the time stasis layer because I was afraid to face the truth. Zero was silent for a few seconds, then said, my mistake was, after I discovered I could see causal lines, I chose to run. I hid in the underground city, worked as a hacker, traded memories, and used technology to protect myself. But I could have stepped forward sooner, exposed time. I let more hunters die in accidents because of my fear. The two looked at each other again. I accept it, Kai said in his mind. Your escape wasn't cowardice. It was survival. I accept, Zero responded. Your belief is not foolishness, it is trust. Then they spoke in unison. I accept your flaws as a part of you. The pure white crystal suddenly glowed. Not a harsh light, but a soft, milky white halo, like morning mist. It senses it, Sarah said. Kai walked to the platform. There is a groove at the base of the transparent gun, perfectly matching the shape of the crystal. He placed the crystal in. The crystal embedded itself automatically, then began to melt. Not a physical melting, but an energy fusion. Pure white light flowed into the interior of the transparent gun, beginning to cover the galaxy-like points of light. The gun's rotation speed increased. The entire circular hall began to vibrate. Grab my hand, Zero shouted in his consciousness. Kai reached out his hand. Zero also reached out. Their 2 hands clasped together. At the moment of contact, the scar between Kai's eyebrows and Zero's golden eyes simultaneously erupted with intense light. The 2 beams of light intertwined and poured into the gun. Inside the transparent gun, the white completely covered the original points of light. Then the gun stopped rotating. A gentle female AI voice sounded. Not a cold, synthesized tone, but a voice with human warmth. Destiny, protocol rewrite complete. New protocol, possibility protocol. Function change, from mark deviance to display possibilities. Activation condition, collective subconscious resonance threshold raised to 99. 99%, almost impossible to trigger. Current status, hibernation mode. The vibration stopped. The red dots on the map disappeared one by one, including the one marking Kai and Zero. The gun slowly descended, landing on the platform, no longer levitating. It was still transparent, but the points of light inside had turned into a soft, milky white, flowing slowly like clouds. Is it over? Lily asked. This part is over, Zero said in his consciousness. But Kai noticed that a new holographic interface had appeared on the side of the platform. It displayed preliminary experimental subject tracking status. Alpha, alive. Last known location, Neo-Kyoto, District 3. Status, stable. Beta, alive. Last known location, outside the city, Northern Ruins. Status, active. Gamma, unknown. Last signal lost 43 years ago. There were still 3 bullets in flight. Or rather, 3 people implanted with the simplified marking protocol were still alive somewhere. Sarah sighed. Looks like the work isn't done yet. Lena, however, smiled. The work is never done. But at least the biggest bullet has been stopped. Kai released Zero's hand. The warmth of his palm lingered. The scar between his eyebrows was no longer hot, having returned to its normal temperature. But occasionally, when it was very quiet, he could hear something through the scar. Not a sound, but the pulse of time. Like a heartbeat. Zero rubbed his golden eyes. My vision has stabilized too. I can see the lines of cause and effect, but it doesn't overload me anymore. Lily holstered her gun and walked to the platform, looking at the transparent destiny. What do we do with this thing? Leave it here, Kai said, but seal the entrance permanently. Only retain the genetic lock. Only Zero and I, or our descendants, can open it. As an insurance policy? Sarah asked. As a memorial, Zero said, to remind us, the pursuit of perfection is dangerous, but embracing flaws might be the way out. They left the circular hall and returned to the surface. The temporal contamination in Yangshi Lane seemed to have lessened, the images on the walls becoming blurry. As they walked out of the lane, the sky was beginning to brighten. The eastern horizon was tinged with the white of a fish's belly. Kai looked back at number 43. Too many secrets were buried there. The gunshot from 30 years ago, 20 years of hiding, 3 years of surveillance, and the rewrite that had just ended. Now it could finally just be number 43 Yangshi Lane. An address, not a tomb. Tired, Zero said in his consciousness. Let's go home, Kai responded. The 6 of them got into the car and drove towards the gradually awakening city. In the car, Kai suddenly asked Zero in his consciousness. You said, the neat and orderly phalanx that Lin you dreamed of. If destiny had really been activated, would the world have become like that? Perhaps, Zero answered, but it's more likely that humanity would have resisted. Because in a neat and orderly phalanx, there is no love, no art, no pleasant surprises of accidental discovery. And these are precisely what it feels like to be alive. Kai looked out the window. On the street, early rising vendors were beginning to set up their stalls. Morning joggers ran past, and a bus pulled up to a stop. Imperfect, untidy, but real. I like this version, he said in his mind. Zero smiled. Kai could feel him smiling without needing to see. Me too. Outside the car window, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds. It illuminated the city, the roads, and the golden scar on Kai's brow. The scar didn't hurt anymore. It was now part of a map, guiding him home and reminding him of where he came from. 3 months later, at the Time Symbiosis Center in the 7th floor guide training room, Kai stood before a holographic projection, facing 12 newly recruited Time Scar guides. They were young, their eyes filled with curiosity, nervousness, and a certain idealism, much like Kai himself had been. Today's topic is the nature of time scars and principles of guidance. Kai brought up the courseware. First, forget what you learned in the old TTC manuals. We are no longer hunters. We don't eliminate or manage time scars. We are guides, and our mission is to help those affected understand what has happened, and then to make their own choices. A young woman raised her hand. But what if the time scar poses a danger, like a time loop or causal contamination? Then ensure safety first, then guide understanding, Kai replied. Remember, our first principle is, do not make choices for others. Only provide information and possibilities. He pulled up a case file, a time scar incident handled last week. Past echoes had appeared in an old woman's home. The voice of her deceased husband would appear at a fixed time every day. The old TTC's method would have been to eliminate the time scar, to remove the interference. But the new guide's approach was to help the old woman understand that this was a temporal residue, and then let her decide for herself whether to keep this echo as a memento or have a guide gently fade out. The old woman chose to keep it, but she adjusted the echo's intensity so it wouldn't affect her sleep. See? Respect and understanding are more useful than control and elimination, Kai said. Another trainee asked, but what if someone uses spatiotemporal abilities to commit a crime? Like predicting others' actions for fraud or creating time traps? Just then, Zero's voice came from the back of the room. That's where the second principle comes in, balance. Zero walked into the training room. He and Kai now had a clear division of labor. Kai was responsible for training and public education, while Zero handled technical support and anomalous incident response. But the two maintained a constant mental link, so Zero knew exactly where Kai had left off. A crime is a crime, whether spatiotemporal abilities are used or not, Zero said, pulling up legal statutes. But when handling it, we must distinguish, was it an out-of-control situation caused by the ability itself, or did the individual actively abuse it? The former requires treatment and guidance. The latter requires legal sanctions. He displayed a case. A young boy who could suddenly see a few minutes into the future. He used this ability to win money at a casino. A guide didn't arrest him directly. Instead, they first helped him understand and control the ability, then informed him of the consequences of its abuse. The boy ultimately chose to undergo training and became a reserve member of the Guides. "We are not the police," Zero concluded, "but we are translators between time and humanity. Our job is to help both sides understand each other, not to make one submit to the other." The training continued. Kai and Zero took turns explaining, their coordination seamless. No need for eye contact, no need for gestures. When one person paused mid-sentence, the other would naturally pick up. The trainees were surprised at first, but they grew accustomed to it, even finding it highly efficient. After class, the trainees left. Kai and Zero remained in the training room to organize the materials. The third trainee, the one in the blue shirt, Zero said in their minds. She's a time-scar sensitive, but she hasn't realized it herself yet. Innoticet que responded. When she looked at the case projections, her eyes glowed faintly, an early sign of causal perception. Have Lena talk to her privately, offer her professional guidance. Already being arranged. After finishing with the materials, the two left the training room and walked towards their respective offices, still across the hall from each other. But now the door between them was often left open, making it feel more like one large connected office. Lena was waiting in Kai's office, holding a tablet. Monthly report. Public trust in the Time Symbiosis Center has risen from an initial 31% to 67%. Requests for help related to time scars have tripled, but panic-driven reports have decreased by 80%. Good, Kai said, taking the tablet. People are starting to understand that time scars aren't ghosts, but a natural phenomenon. And this, Lena brought up a special application. A civilian organization wants to apply for access to the Space-Time Archive for historical research, specifically on the period of urban reconstruction 30 years ago. The Space-Time Archive was the former Causality Calculation Core, but now it only stores historical chronotrace data and no longer performs predictions. Access requires a strict vetting process. Has a background check been done? Zero asked. Done. The head of the organization is a university history professor with no adverse record. The purpose of the research is to restore the civilian perspective omitted from official records, Lena said. I think it can be approved, but with conditions. They must be accompanied by a guide at all times, and they cannot access private data concerning individuals. Agreed. Kai signed. You arrange it. Just then, Lily also came in, holding a box of documents. The business license for the Chrono Special Bar in the Undercity has been approved. Moreau, my father's old friends helped sort out. Is the bar really called Chrono Special? Zero asked. MHM. Lily smiled. Every drink has a chrono trace story. For example, 30-Year Bullet is whiskey with honey, Causality Bridge is a layered cocktail, and Violet Memory is a lavender liqueur. Her eyes were slightly red, but her smile was genuine. Miro's bar had become a place connecting the past and the present. Old hunters gathered there to tell stories of the past, and new guides went there to learn history. Death was not the end, but a transformation into another form of existence. Oh, right. Lily remembered something. Chen Yuanshan has applied to join the guide training program. As a special observer, after the Yangshi Lane incident, Chen Yuanshan chose to cooperate, providing a large amount of internal information from the time period and receiving a reduced sentence. He now does volunteer work in the community, helping those troubled by chronotraces. What do you think? Kai asked Zero. Give him a chance, Zero said in his consciousness. But not as an official guide. As auxiliary personnel, he'll need at least a 1-year observation period. Agreed. Kai said to Lily. Arrange it, but make the conditions clear. By the time the work was done, it was evening. Kai and Zero stood by the office window, watching the city lights come on. Neo-Kyoto was still recovering. Most of the physical damage caused by the space-time epilepsy had been repaired, but the psychological trauma would take much longer. The Time Symbiosis Center had started a causality therapy program, hosted by Sarah Vincent, to help those suffering from anxiety, fear, or cognitive confusion due to chronotraces. What about Alpha and Beta? Kai asked suddenly. The 3 preparatory test subjects. They were still tracking Alpha and Beta. Gamma remained missing. Alpha opened an old bookstore in the 3rd district. His life is quiet, and he doesn't seem to have awakened any abilities. Zero pulled up a report. Beta is in the northern ruins, living with a group of nomads. He's suspected of having minor precognitive abilities, but he uses them to help the group avoid disasters. We've decided to observe, not to interfere, unless they actively seek help or are in danger. And Gamma. No signal for 43 years. Possibly dead, possibly hidden too well, or possibly. Zero paused. No longer in this world. Some bullets may never find their target. Some causalities may remain forever unresolved. This is the imperfection of time, and also its reality. Kai es comunicator. It was Lena. Kai, you have a visitor? In the reception room. She says. She's an old friend of Linyu's. Kai and Zero looked at each other. They went to the reception room. Inside sat an old woman, at least 80 years old, with completely white hair but clear eyes. She held a worn-out briefcase in her hands. Kai, Torna, and Lin Chi. The old woman stood up, her voice gentle. I am Chinyan, Lin Yu's research partner from his university days, and also one of the initial designers of the Destiny project. Kai and Zero sat down. Chinyan took out a stack of yellowed blueprints from her briefcase. Before starting the marker gun project, Lin Yu came to me to discuss the concept of destiny. I was against it. I believe that human civilization needs uncertainty, just as a forest needs wildfires. Though dangerous, they promote renewal. She caressed the blueprints. But after a big argument, he continued the project alone. I chose to leave academia. She pulled out one of the drawings. It was an early design for Destiny, but beside it was a handwritten note from Lin Yu. Yan asked, if perfect means dead, should we still pursue perfection? I couldn't answer. He understood later, Kai said. I know. Chinyan smiled. Because he wrote me a letter before he died. In the letter, he said, Yan, you were right. I designed a world model with no accidents, and then I discovered. In that world, there was no reason to live. She took out the letter. Lin Yu's final handwriting, scrawled but sincere. I left the key to correct the mistake next to Destiny. I hope that one day, someone can find it and make a different choice. If you're still alive then, please help them. Kai looked at the letter. 30 years ago, Lin Yu already had regrets, but he didn't know how to stop the machine he had started and could only leave behind the possibility of a correction. That's why I've come now, Chinyan said. I've studied the philosophy of time my whole life. If you're willing, I can serve as the academic advisor for the Time Symbiosis Center. Not to control time, but to understand the relationship between time and free will. Ling said to Kai in his consciousness, we need someone like her. Welcome aboard. Kai extended his hand. Chinyan shook it, then looked at the two of them, her gaze profound. Can you now hear the heartbeat of time? Kai was taken aback for a moment. Lin Yu said in the letter, Chinyan explained, that in his final years, due to long-term exposure to causal energy, he could occasionally hear the pulse of time. He said it sounded like a heartbeat, vast and gentle, but he didn't dare tell anyone, afraid he'd be taken for a madman. Kai touched the scar on his brow. In moments of extreme quiet, he could indeed feel a certain rhythm through the scar. Not a sound, but existence itself breathing. I can too, Ling said in his consciousness. Through the golden eyes. It's like seeing light breathe. We can feel it, Kai answered Chinyan. The old woman smiled. A smile of relief from a completed mission. That's good. Lin Yu's last words were, if there are truly people who can hear the heartbeat of time and their own at the same time, then they are the future. After seeing Chinyan off, the sky had turned completely dark. Kai and Ling didn't go home right away. They went to the top-floor observation deck of the Time Symbiosis Center, once Time's private area, now converted into a public space. The city unfolded beneath their feet, neon lights like blood vessels, the flow of traffic like blood. As the wind blew, the scar on Kai's brow glowed faintly. Ling stood beside him, his golden eyes reflecting the city's lights. "Are you listening?" Ling asked in his consciousness. Kai closed his eyes. The resonance from the scar came. Not a sound, but a vibration. The city's flow of time was like a great river with countless tributaries converging. Some gentle, some turbulent, some swirling into eddies, some flowing straight toward the horizon. And beneath it all, there was a deeper rhythm, slow, steady like the heartbeat of the earth. The heartbeat of time. Kai opened his eyes and smiled. "I hear it." Ling smiled too. They stood there for a long time. Two people, once lonely, now connected by a bridge. At the two ends of the bridge were the past and the future. In the middle was the present. Imperfect, uncertain, but with a choice. And time around them continued to flow. Like an ocean, the ocean they swam in together. There were storms and undercurrents, but there were also pillars of light when the sun pierced the surface, the faint glow of deep-sea creatures and seeds from distant lands brought by the currents. They no longer tried to manage this ocean. They were learning to swim in it, learning to listen to its heartbeat, learning to be a part of it without being swallowed by it. In the distance, the lights of the clock tower came on. Not the original surveillance matrix, but newly installed artistic lighting that changed color every night, symbolizing the diversity of time. Tonight it was purple, the color of violets. Kai thought of his mother, his father, and all those who had sacrificed and survived. Then he remembered that he was still breathing, Ling was still by his side, and the city was still rebuilding. That was enough. "Let's go home," he said in his consciousness. "Okay." The two turned and left the observation deck. Behind them, the city continued to breathe. Time continued to beat, and their road stretched on. On the morning of the first anniversary of the Time Symbiosis Center's founding, Kai found an envelope on his desk. Not an email, not a data chip, but a physical, paper envelope. Its edges were already yellowed, and the opening was sealed with a kind of quantum-encrypted wax common 30 years ago. The pattern was TTC's old insignia, a clock bound in chains. In the center field, handwritten, "Lin Yu, first director of the Time Administration Bureau, sent in March of the 51st year of the new calendar, the day after the Destiny experiment. To the one who stops the bullet, or my child, Chi, or any of you who let time breathe again." Kai held the envelope, his fingers feeling the fragile texture of the paper. Paper from 30 years ago, preserved until now, would require meticulous environmental control. This meant someone had been guarding this letter, waiting for the moment of its delivery. "Zero," he called out in his consciousness. "I see it." Zero responded through their shared vision. He was organizing files in the next office, but could clearly see the envelope in Kai's hand. A quantum-encrypted wax seal. It requires a specific causal energy signature to open. "Try your scar." Kai brought the envelope to his forehead. The golden scar warmed slightly. The clock pattern on the wax seal began to spin, its chains unlocking link by link. The envelope opened automatically. Inside were 2 sheets of letter paper, the handwriting neat and strong. Lin Yu script. "To the stranger reading this letter, oh my child, Chi, if you're reading this, then the bullet I fired 30 years ago has finally stopped its flight. For that, I must first say, thank you. I am Lin Yu, the founder of the Time Trace Administration Bureau and the designer of the causality marking gun. If you're my son, Chi, I hope you're still alive. I hope you do not hate me so much that you refuse to acknowledge this name. Then I want to tell you, I am sorry. But this is not purely a letter of confession. Confession is too cheap. It cannot change the past. This is a warning from a madman 30 years ago to the survivors 30 years later. Why design a marking gun? Neo Kyoto was just struggling to recover from the Great Collapse. The crime rate was 5 times what it is now, and every day, innocent people died from random acts of violence. My closest friend died from a stray bullet in a gang firefight, simply because he happened to be passing by that street at that time. I was angry, I was in pain, and I asked, why must good people suffer such meaningless misfortune? So I thought, if every evil deed could inevitably backfire, if every bullet could find the target it should hit, then crime would become meaningless. Justice would become as inviolable as a law of physics. I was wrong. Wrong on 2 points. First, I confused justice with inevitability. Justice requires the choice of free will, whereas inevitability eliminates choice. When a good deed is no longer a choice, but a necessity, it ceases to be a good deed. It is merely a program. Second, I underestimated the complexity of human nature. The marking gun required an emotional anchor. It could only hit someone the shooter cared about. I thought this was a flaw, but later I understood it was a safeguard, because both love and hate are connections, and connections are two-way. You cannot truly hurt someone you care about without hurting yourself. But my deepest mistake was using my own son as a test subject. When she was 7, I told him, "Pick up this gun, and you can save the world." His eyes lit up, and he did as I said. In that moment, a quantum code entered his life signal, and he became a living emitter. I created a child who could see fate but could not touch it. 7 days after the experiment, she began to see the threads of causality. He asked me, crying, "Dad, that old lady is going to die tomorrow, but I can't tell her, right?" I nodded. He said, "Then what's the point of seeing?" I couldn't answer. Half a year later, Chi disappeared. In his room, I found a drawing, a small figure in a lab coat holding hands with an even smaller figure holding a toy bird. Below was written, "Dad, my thread is connected to your thread." I broke down in that moment. I stopped all my research and destroyed most of the data. But once causality is set in motion, it cannot be unilaterally terminated. The bullet had already been fired, traveling through time, searching for its bullseye. The only thing I could do was leave this letter and the results of my final research, how to make the bullet stop or turn it into something else. If it is you, Chi, reading this letter, my child, I am sorry. I took away your childhood, your right to choose, your ability to love. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you know that the father who made you pick up that gun has spent every second of the rest of his life in regret. If you who read this letter are a stranger, please tell Chi, if he is still alive, that his father finally understood before he died. Justice needs uncertainty to breathe. Love is not a loophole in fate, but the reason for its existence. Time is not a river to be managed, but an ocean we swim through together. P.S. There is a data card in the envelope. It is the course summary of all my research, including the complete design of the marking gun, a vulnerability analysis, and a way to rewrite it. This is my confession to the world and also my remedy. Finally, thank you again. Your existence proves how thoroughly wrong I was, and also proves that humanity always has the ability to correct its mistakes. Lin, you written on the first day after the bullet was fired, and the last day of the rest of my life. Kai put down the letter, silent for a long time. Inside the envelope, there was indeed an old-fashioned data card, only the size of a fingernail, its storage technology long obsolete. But he knew Zero would have a way to read it. Are you? Okay, Kai asked carefully in his consciousness. Zero's consciousness fluctuated with complexity. 30 years of anger, sorrow, the pain of abandonment, and now a strange sense of peace. He apologized. Zero's voice was faint in his consciousness. After 30 years, he finally apologized. More than an apology. Kai picked up the data card. He also left a solution. Read it. Kai inserted the data card into a dedicated reader. The screen lit up, displaying a list of files. Complete design schematics for the causal marking gun, including all iterations, vulnerability and risk analysis of the emotional anchor system technical pathway, to rewriting the marking protocol warning regarding the Destiny prototype gun preliminary test subject files, alpha, beta, gamma letter to the founder of the inevitability cult, unsent. The last item put both Kai and Zero on alert. The inevitability cult, Kfronet. Zero quickly opened the file. It was a letter addressed to a certain Chun Yuan, dated 1 month before Lin Yu's death. My friend Chun Yuan, I have heard that you have established the inevitability cult, preaching that everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion. I understand your pain. Your sister died in an indiscriminate terrorist attack, and you want to give her death meaning. But I want to tell you, fighting randomness with inevitability is merely replacing one kind of pain with another. If I can still persuade you, Please remember, every smile your sister had when she was alive was an accidental gift. The afternoon she died was an accidental tragedy. Together, they constituted her real existence. Do not imprison her memory in the cage of inevitability. Let her have lived freely and died freely. If you insist on your path, then I can only warn you. Among the research data I left behind, the design for the 3-day Destiny gun has a fatal flaw. It will imprison the shooter in a causal cage as well. The user will become the first prisoner. This is not a threat. It is a fact. May you one day see the beauty in chaos. Lin Yu. Chen Yuan. Kai repeated in a low voice. Could it be Chen Yuan Shan? Zero continued in his consciousness. But the age doesn't match. When Lin Yu wrote this letter, Chen Yuan Shan would have still been a child. Perhaps his father. Kai pulled up the database and searched for Chen Yuan. The results came up. Chen Yuan, a former senior researcher at TTC, resigned 35 years ago due to ideological differences. Reason for resignation: his younger sister, Chen Si, was killed in a mall terrorist attack. He disappeared from public view afterward, until 20 years ago, when rumors of the inevitability cult appeared on the underground intelligence network, led by a self-proclaimed prophet whose real name was unknown. If he's still alive, he should be in his 70s now, Zero calculated. Just then, Lena rushed in, her expression grave. Something's happened. In the last half hour, there have been 3 prophetic dream scams in the West District. The victims all dreamt of the details of their deaths 3 days from now, and then received an anonymous message. Pay a ransom to change your fate. She handed a tablet to Kai. On it were the case details. Victim A dreamt of being pushed onto the subway tracks in 3 days. After paying 500,000 credits, the death premonition changed to a minor sprain. Victim B dreamt of a house fire in 3 days. After paying 800,000, the premonition became a false alarm from a faulty smoke detector. Victim C refused to pay. 3 days later, was in a real car accident and hospitalized with serious injuries. The method is familiar, Zero said in his consciousness. Kai nodded. A simplified version of the marking gun, compressing 30 years into 3 days, turning causal inevitability into a tool for extortion. And they're evolving, Lena said, pulling up more data. In the earliest cases, the victims only had vague nightmares. In these recent ones, the dream details are precise down to clothing, weather, and conversation content. Their technology is maturing. Kai remembered the warning in Lin Yu's letter. The 3-day fake gun had a fatal design flaw. Have they caught anyone? He asked. Lily also came in from outside, shaking her head. No, the payment channel is encrypted cryptocurrency, impossible to trace. But we've obtained a sample of the ransom message from the victims. She played an audio clip. A processed electronic voice spoke. Everything is preordained. Your death will arrive in 72 hours. Pay the ransom to receive a chance to rewrite your fate. Those who resist the inevitable will be devoured by it. Then came a QR code for payment and a single sentence. Believe in predestination and find peace. The slogan of the inevitability cult. Kai and Zero exchanged a look. New bullets had already begun to fly. And this time, there was more than one. The threat of the 3-day fake gun spread through Neo-Kyoto like a virus. Within a week, the Chronosymbiosis Center received 87 related reports, involving sums exceeding 30 million credits. What was more terrifying was the emergence of copycat crimes, not perpetrated by the inevitability cult, but by ordinary people exploiting the panic for fraud. Social trust is declining, Sarah Vincent said, presenting data at an emergency meeting. People are beginning to question whether any accident is truly an accident or the result of being marked. Colleagues suspect each other. Family members keep secrets. The control Thorne spent 30 years trying to build is being realized in another form. The core team was seated in the conference room. Kai, Zero, Lena, Lily, Sarah, and also Chinyan, an old friend of Lin Yu, now the center's academic advisor. The inevitability cult's goal may not just be money, Chinyan said, analyzing the letters Lin Yu had left behind. After Chen Yuan lost his sister, he developed a pathological hatred for randomness. What he seeks is the psychological comfort of certainty. If everything is fated, then suffering has a reason, an order. So he creates the fake gun, lets people foresee their deaths, and then offers a ransom option? Lily asked. That sounds more like extortion. It's extortion and also proselytizing, Zero said, displaying an analysis report. We've analyzed the subsequent behavior of those who paid. 73% of them receive doctrinal materials after payment, encouraging them to share the truth of inevitability. It's been confirmed that at least 5 new converts were recruited this way. They're expanding through fear, and their technology is getting more sophisticated, Lena said, showing the latest case. This time, the victim dreamt of being hit by a falling chandelier in a coffee shop in 3 days. The dream included a specific time, 10:17 a.m., a specific location, the second seat from the window at Time Cafe in District 3, and even specific clothing, a gray striped shirt. 3 days later, he really did wear that shirt to that cafe and sat in that seat. And then, the chandelier was indeed loose, but a waiter happened to discover and repair it 5 minutes before he arrived, Lena said. The victim, convinced he had paid to change his fate, became a fervent propagandist for the inevitability cult. This is precise causal micro-adjustment, Zero said to Kai in their consciousness. It's not simple premonition, it's actual causal intervention. They have the ability to create an accident and then resolve it. What level of technology would that require? Kai asked aloud. At the very least, a simplified causal computation core and stable human anchors, Zero said, pulling up a list of technical requirements. We can track the energy consumption of the computation core, but the human anchors. He paused. What is it? Lily asked. Gamma. Kai and Zero thought of the name simultaneously in their consciousness. Preliminary test, subject, Gamma. Missing for 43 years. If he's alive, and the cult found him. What about Alpha and Beta? Lena asked. Will they be in danger? Alpha is under surveillance, safe, Zero said. Beta is in the northern ruins. The cult's reach probably doesn't extend that far. But Gamma, Chunyan suddenly spoke up. Regarding Gamma, there might be some clues in Lin Yu's files. She pulled up the file for the preliminary experimental subjects. Gamma, real name Gu Yu, was 6 years old at the time of the experiment. Special ability, extremely high emotional anchor point strength, but highly unstable. The experimental records showed that after the marking protocol was implanted, Gu Yu exhibited a severe causality backflow. He could perceive the emotional connections others had towards him and influence them in reverse. What does that mean? Lily didn't understand the terminology. Simply put, Sarah explained, if someone loves him, he might make that person love him even more. If someone hates him, he might make that person hate him even more. And it's an unconscious, passive ability. That's dangerous, Kai said. Very dangerous, Chunyan nodded. That's why Lin Yu terminated the experiment when Gamma was 7 and sent him back to the orphanage. But the files show that 3 months later, there was a fire at the orphanage. Gamma went missing, presumed dead. But you tracked his signal from 43 years ago. Lily looked at Kai and Zero. A faint signal, then it disappeared, Zero said. He might still be alive, just hiding his ability. Or he was found by the cult and cultivated into a perfect anchor point. The meeting room fell silent. If the cult had Gamma, plus the technical data leaked by Lin Yu, they could really create a stable version of the 3-day fate gun. At that point, it wouldn't be simple fraud, it could be large-scale causality manipulation. We need to find them, Kai stood up, before their technology fully matures. How? Lily asked. I know the underground network, but the cult is hidden very deep. Kai looked at Zero. The two exchanged thoughts rapidly. In Lin Yu's data card, there's a method to rewrite the marking protocol, Kai said in their shared consciousness. You mean, not destroy it, but modify it? Zero understood his idea. Correct. Kai spoke aloud, explaining to everyone. If we find the fake gun, we don't destroy it. Instead, we use Lin Yu's method to rewrite its protocol. Change absolute hit to possibility display. Let the shooter see the possible futures of different choices, rather than being forced toward a single outcome. Sarah's eyes lit up, changing a weapon into a tool, turning the shackles of fate into the mirror of choice. But first, we have to find the gun, Lena said pragmatically. Just then, Kai's communicator rang. An unknown number. He answered, but didn't turn on the video. A processed, electronic voice came through. Kai Thorne, Lin Shi. We know you're looking at Lin Yu's letter. We have a letter for you to see as well. A video was transmitted. The screen showed a laboratory. In a chair in the center sat a man in his 40s, thin, with vacant eyes. On his forehead was a faint golden mark, similar to the scar between Kai's eyebrows, but dimmer, like dying embers. The man lifted his head and spoke to the camera. My name is Gu Yu. They call me Gamma. I have waited 43 years for my causality to be completed, but it will never come. Tears streamed silently down his face. Because I'm the cause that is not needed. The video ended. The electronic voice spoke again. If you want to see him, come to the first-generation laboratory tomorrow at midnight. Come alone. Bring Lin Yu's data card. If you bring anyone else, or try any tricks, Gu Yu will become the target for the first complete fake gun. Not in 3 days, but instantly. The communication was cut. The meeting room was dead silent. It's a trap, Lily said. But we have to go, Kai said, looking at Gu Yu's empty eyes on the screen. He's another victim. Zero said in their shared consciousness. The cult leader, Chen Yuan, wants Lin Yu's complete technology. The data card is the bait. Gu Yu is the hostage, and we are the target. Then we'll be ready, Kai replied. But we won't be preparing a weapon, but a mirror, Zero finished. They both thought of the words in Lin Yu's letter. Justice needs uncertainty to breathe. Tomorrow at midnight, they would face a man who hated uncertainty, and their weapon would be the courage to embrace uncertainty. The first-generation laboratory was located in the mountains on the edge of Neo-Kyoto City, permanently sealed 30 years ago due to an experimental accident. The tunnel leading to the lab was long and damp, the faint green glow of old emergency lights still lingering on the walls like the breathing of a monster. Kai walked alone in the tunnel. Zero watched everything through a consciousness link, but remained physically in the command vehicle 3 kilometers away. This was the result of negotiations with the sect of inevitability. Kai would come alone, but Zero was allowed to monitor remotely. The sect seemed to have a misunderstanding of the perceptual range of the causality linked, thinking 3 kilometers was far enough. The concentration of causal energy in the air is very high, Zero reported in his mind. There are at least 3 active anchor points. One of them is Gu Yu, and his state is very unstable. Kai touched the data card in his pocket. Not the original, but a copy. The original was safely in the command vehicle, a suggestion from Lily. Never bet all your chips on a single hand. At the end of the tunnel was a heavy, airtight door. The door slid open automatically, and a scene inside made Kai stop in his tracks. The laboratory was larger than he had imagined, like an abandoned church. Rusted cables hung from the high dome, and parts of old instruments were scattered on the ground. In the center was a transparent cylindrical container, similar to the one in the time stasis field, but much smaller. Inside the container, Gu Yu floated in a pale blue liquid, his eyes closed, with countless thin cables connected to his body. 7 people stood around the container, all dressed in gray robes with their faces hidden by hoods. The person in the lead was not wearing a hood, a man in his 70s, with completely white hair and a withered face, but his eyes were unusually bright, like burning embers. Chen Yuan. Kai Thorne. The old man's voice was hoarse. Or should I say, Evelyn-son. Kai wasn't surprised. Since Chen Yuan knew about Lin Yu's letter, he would naturally know his identity as well. Is Gu Yu still alive? He asked directly. Chen Yuan walked to the side of the container and tapped lightly on the glass. Alive, but not truly living. His ability is too strong. If he weren't immersed in this suppression fluid, he would unconsciously affect the emotions of everyone around him. Do you know how the fire at his orphanage started? Kai remained silent. A caregiver disliked him and wanted to bully him. Chen Yuan's voice was flat. Gu Yu's ability turned that dislike into hatred, and that hatred into madness. The caregiver started a fire, intending to burn him to death. In the end, 6 children burned to death, but Gu Yu survived, because another child happened to push him out a window. He turned to look at Kai. You see how cruel randomness is. If everything were destined, that caregiver would not have gone mad, and those 6 children would not have died. If everything were destined, Guyu would not have carried the guilt for 43 years, waiting for a bullet that would never hit its mark. So you created the sect of inevitability, Kai said. I gave people certainty. Chen Yuan spread his arms. Is it terrifying to know you will die in 3 days? No. What's more terrifying is not knowing. When you know, you can choose to pay a ransom to live. And when you survive, you have proven that destiny can be rewritten for a price. But that's not rewriting. It's extortion. It's a transaction, Chen Yuan corrected him. I provide a precognition service, and they pay for it. A fair trade. Besides, for those who cannot afford it, we grant exemptions based on their piety. We are not monsters, Kai. We simply want to build a world of order. Kai looked at Guyu in the container. Is he part of your order, too? He is the key. Chen Yuan's eyes were feverish. After 20 years of our cultivation, Guyu's ability can now serve as a stable collective subconscious anchor point. No blood connection, no emotional bond is needed. Through him, the Destiny Gun can mark anyone. And then what? Mark everyone in the city? Make them all have precognitive dreams and then pay you? The primary stage. Chen Yuan smiled. Once the funding and technology are mature, we will establish a Destiny security system. Everyone will regularly pay a Destiny insurance premium, and we will guarantee they will not encounter random misfortune. Crime will disappear, accidents will disappear, and the world will become safe. Kai thought of Tane's words. The same ideal, the same madness. But what about your sister's death? Kai asked. If everything is inevitable, then her death was also inevitable. Do you accept that? Chen Yuan's smile vanished. Her death was a mistake, he said coldly. It was an error in this world's system of randomness. I will correct the system so that such mistakes never happen again. So you use the suffering of more people to prove that her death was not in vain. Shut up. Chen Yuan abruptly raised his hand. An occultist lifted a gun. Not a gunpowder weapon, not a time-lag gun, but a transparent crystal pistol. It resembled Destiny, but was much smaller. The 3-day Destiny Gun. The muzzle was aimed at Kai. He's emotionally unstable. Zero analyzed quickly in his consciousness. Guyu's ability is affecting him, amplifying his paranoia. Be careful. Cut him back down. Lin Yu warned you in his letter. The 3-day Destiny Gun is flawed. The user becomes its first prisoner. That's because he didn't understand. Chen Yuan roared. I improved it. I used Guyu as a buffer anchor. The shooter's causal debt is transferred to Guyu. Guyu is used to it. He has endured it for 43 years. Because he is the unwanted cause, Kai finished. You exploited a child's guilt and made him your causal trash can. Inside the container, Guyu's eyelids twitched. Chen Yuan noticed, and his expression changed. Shut your mouth. Give me the data card. Kai took out the duplicate card. Let Guyu go first. Impossible. He is the core. Then we have nothing to talk about. Kai made a move to put the card back in his pocket. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth. Fine. I can let you take him, but first, you have to prove the card is real. Insert it into the terminal over there. He pointed to an old-fashioned console. Kai knew it was a trap. Once inserted, the data could be stolen, or some mechanism might be triggered. But he needed to get closer to Guyu. Lily has already led people in through the ventilation ducts, Zero reported. But they need another 3 minutes. Kai needed to buy 3 minutes. He walked toward the console, each step slow. The cultists stared at him, their gun muzzles tracking his movement. He inserted the data card. The screen lit up, displaying a file list. Chen Yuan leaned in to look, his eyes gleaming. The complete design schematics. Vulnerability analysis. Rewrite methods. Excellent. He reached out to operate it, but Kai blocked him. Release him first. Chen Yuan glared at him for a few seconds, then nodded to his subordinates. 2 cultists began to operate the container. The liquid slowly drained, and cables detached one by one. Guyu's body slumped to the floor, coughing violently. Kai strode over and helped him up. Guyu was light, like a skeleton wrapped in skin. He opened his eyes. His pupils were a pale gold, the same color as Kai's scar, but dimmer. Guyu's voice was hoarse. Can you see the threads? Okay, nodded. I can see them. Guyu smiled a broken smile. Then can you see my thread? It has no end, because I have no effect. In Kai's causal perception, Guyu's causal thread was indeed strange. It extended from his heart, but had no clear endpoint, instead scattering into countless fine filaments that connected to everyone in the lab. The connection to Chun Yuan was the thickest. Guyu was the emotional anchor for everyone, bearing all their causal debts. Lily is in position, Zero said. Kai helped Guyu to his feet. Let's go. Wait, Chun Yuan said suddenly. The rewrite method on the data card. I need to verify it. You two stay here until I've confirmed it. We had a deal. The plan has changed. Chun Yuan raised the destiny gun. Now that I have the complete technology, I'm keeping Guyu as well. As for you, Kai Thorn, you're causally immune, the perfect test subject. Let's see if the 3-day destiny gun has any effect on you. He pulled the trigger. There was no sound, no beam of light. But Kai felt a heat on his brow, similar to when he was hit by the marker gun years ago, but sharper. A vision appeared in his field of view. 3 days later, he was standing on the roof of the Temporal Symbiosis Center. The wind blew past. Then his foot slipped, and he fell. The image was terrifyingly clear. This is foresight, Chun Yuan said. But it's not inevitable. If you pay a ransom, or join us, I can let you see a different future. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. For still not understanding Lin Yu's warning. Kai touched his brow, where the scar was burning. The flaw in the destiny gun isn't technical. It's philosophical. He walked to the console and began to operate it rapidly. Zero guided him through their shared vision. What are you doing? Chun Yuan rushed over. But it was too late. Kai had initiated the rewrite program from the data card. It wasn't targeting the destiny gun, but the entire lab's original causal equipment. The foundational devices Lin Yu had left behind 30 years ago. The core idea of the rewriting method left by Lin Yu is, Kai said as he operated the controls, to change absolute hit into a display of possibilities. It doesn't tell you will die, but rather, if you do this, you might die. If you do that, you might live. On the screen, code scrolled rapidly. The old equipment in the lab began to hum. The devices that were originally used to reinforce inevitability were now being reprogrammed into possibility amplifiers. Guyu suddenly clutched his head and screamed. The fine causal threads connected to him began to glow, and then they snapped. They didn't disappear, but turned into transparent, weightless threads, like a spiderweb, drifting in the air. What have you done? Chun Yuan roared. I've liberated him, Kai said, steadying the swaying Guyu. And I've liberated you all. He pointed to the destiny gun in Chun Yuan's hand. Inside the gun's transparent crystal body, the once stable point of light grew chaotic, then reformed into a soft, milky white, just like Lin Yu's mandate after it was rewritten. Chun Yuan stared blankly at the gun. Then he saw, not a precognitive dream, but images of possibilities. Scenario A. He persists with the cult, is eventually arrested, and spends the rest of his life in prison. Scenario B. He disbands the cult, turns himself in, receives a reduced sentence, is released after 10 years, and works in a small-town library, living out his days in peace. Scenario C. He chooses to commit suicide now, and everything ends. Scenario D. He helps Kai and Zero, using his technical knowledge to modify all the distributed destiny guns, becoming a technical advisor for the Temporal Symbiosis Center. For possibilities presented with clarity, none were inevitable. Each required him to make a choice. Chun Yuan fell to his knees, the gun slipping from his hand. No, it shouldn't be like this. He murmured to himself. It should be certain. There should be an answer. Kai walked over and crouched down in front of him. There is no answer for your sister's death, he said softly. But her life had meaning. Because she lived, she laughed, she loved. By trying to give her an answer with inevitability, you were actually negating the fact that she had lived at all. Chun Yuan looked up, tears streaming down his face. I just didn't want her to have died for nothing. She didn't die for nothing, Kai said, because she had a brother like you, one who loved her so much he was willing to change the world. Even if your methods were wrong, the love was real. The lab door was thrown open. Lily rushed in with her team, quickly subduing the other cult members. But no one resisted. They too had seen the possibilities and were lost in their own thoughts. Lily walked over to Kai, looking at Chun Yuan kneeling on the floor. What's the play? Kai looked to Zero through their shared consciousness. Give him a choice, Zero said. Kai said to Chun Yuan, there are paths before you. Which one to take is your choice. Then, helping Guyu, he walked toward the exit. Guyu asked softly, my threads, do they have an end now? Kai looked with his causal perception. The threads that had snapped and reformed still connected to many people, but they were no longer heavy. They were now like bridges. Guyu could actively choose to strengthen or weaken a connection, rather than passively enduring it. Your threads now have many possible directions, Kai answered. You can decide where they lead. Guyu cried, but this time they were tears of relief. As they walked out of the laboratory, the sky was beginning to lighten. The first light of dawn was breaking in the east. Kai glanced back at the mountain that had entombed 30 years of madness. The last bullet had finally landed. It didn't hit a target. It melted, like snow in spring, melting into a river. 3 months later, on the top-floor observation deck of the Temporal Symbiosis Center, Kai, Zero, and Guyu stood by the railing, looking down at the city below. Guyu was now living in the center's residential area, undergoing causal therapy, with Sarah, learning to control his abilities, no longer passively bearing the emotions and causal debts of others. Progress was slow, but for the first time, he felt his own life had some weight. Chun Yuan chose D, Zero said, holding a tablet that displayed Chun Yuan's status. He was working in the center's technical division, responsible for modifying and destroying all the distributed Destiny gun components. In exchange, his sentence was reduced to 10 years suspended. He visits his sister's grave every week, Guyu said softly. I can feel that when he goes, he no longer carries so much hatred. After therapy, Guyu's ability had become controllable. He could now perceive the emotional temperature of others, but could choose whether or not to receive it. With Chun Yuan, he chose to receive just a little, for the sake of understanding and for forgiveness. The scar between Kai's eyebrows reflected faintly in the morning light. After 3 months, his connection with Zero had become more stable, and his abilities had evolved. Now they could not only see the threads of causality, but also briefly hear fragments of time, echoes of the past, whispers of the future. But this ability was very draining and could not be overused. Any news on Alpha and Beta? Kai asked. Zero pulled up a report. Alpha has accepted our contact and is now working at the Central Library. Using his mild temporal perception to help restore ancient texts, he can see the past preserved state of the books. Beta. He paused. Beta declined the formal invitation, but agreed to stay in touch. He's established a small community in the northern ruins, helping wanderers sense danger. He says he likes the freedom there. Everyone had found their own path. Imperfect but real. Lena approached from behind, holding a new ID card. Guyu's official guide license. 1-year probation. Guyu took it, his fingers tracing the name on the card. Guyu, Gamma. Not an experimental designation, but a real name. Thanks, he said. Thank yourself. Lena smiled. You chose this path. Yes, choice. Over these 3 months, Neo-Kyoto was slowly healing. The exposure of the inevitability cult had sparked a wave of public discussion about free will, about determinism, about how to find meaning in an uncertain world. The Temporal Symbiosis Center started offering public lectures. Chun Yuan's Philosophy of Time series was sold out every session. People were beginning to understand. Time didn't need to be controlled, only understood. Destiny didn't need to be predicted, only embraced. But the work was far from over. Something new has popped up on the underground network. Lily walked over, her expression grim. The memory trade has been upgraded. Now people are buying and selling possibility experiences, using a simplified version of the fake gun technology to let clients experience simulated memories of what if I had chosen the other path. Zero frowned. That's dangerous. False memories can distort a person's self-perception. And it's illegal, Kai said. The Temporal Ethics Act explicitly forbids the commercialization of causal intervention. We need to... He was cut off. An alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire center. Not a fire alarm, not a security alarm, but a spatio-temporal alarm. Massive temporal structure disturbance detected, the AI's voice announced. Source, Yangshi Alley No. 43, Sublevel 3. Energy readings exceed measurement limits. Kai and Zero looked at each other. Jiangxi no. 43, the storage site for Lin Yu's prototype, Mandate of Heaven gun. A place they thought they had rewritten and sealed. Someone got in, Zero said in his mind, and triggered something. Kai finished. Impossible, said Lily. The entrance can only be opened by your and Zero's genetic locks. Guyu suddenly clutched his head, his face pale. I hear so many voices, crying, screaming. What voices? Like a lot of people. Trapped. Guyu trembled. They're saying, let us out. Sarah rushed onto the observation deck, holding a neural scanner. Guyu's brainwaves are showing abnormal resonance. He's receiving a collective, subconscious signal. Que understood, the Mandate of Heaven hadn't been completely shut down. Or rather, the possibility protocol left by Lin Yu had a hidden condition. When a human collective subconscious experienced an extreme desire for certainty, the protocol could be overridden. The fall of the inevitability cult might have fostered this desire. Some people lost their faith in inevitability and fell into a deeper confusion. This confusion flowed into the collective subconscious, triggering the Mandate of Heaven's emergency protocol. Everyone, prepare to move out, Kai ordered. Lily, organize the emergency response team. Lena, notify the entire city to enter a level 2 time trace alert. Sarah, take care of Guyu. I'm going with you, Guyu insisted. I can hear them. Maybe I can talk to them. Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. 10 minutes later, the convoy sped towards Yangshi Alley. This time, it wasn't a confrontation, but a dialogue. The underground rotunda at Yangshi Alley No. 43 was completely transformed. The transparent Mandate of Heaven gun was no longer floating peacefully, but was spinning at high speed, the points of light within it flowing chaotically like a galaxy in a storm. A holographic map projected from the muzzle covered the entire rotunda, a three-dimensional projection of Neo-Kyoto, with millions of shimmering dots, each representing a person. More terrifyingly, suture lines began to appear on the map, golden bands of light forcibly connecting different timelines, attempting to stitch them into one. It's forcibly unifying the timelines. Zero quickly analyzed the data. Eliminate all parallel possibilities. Create a single, determined stream of time. This is the ultimate protocol of destiny, mentioned in Lin Yu's notes, but he believed it could never possibly be triggered. What are the conditions? Kai asked. The collective subconscious of all humanity, desiring certainty, exceeds a certain threshold. Sarah looked at Guyu. He was painfully receiving the signal. The fall of the inevitability sect caused some people to lose their psychological support, their confusion, their fear, their craving for an answer. It has merged into a torrent. Guyu opened his eyes, countless lights and shadows reflected in his golden pupils. I hear them. They're shouting, tell me what to do. Give me an answer. I don't want to choose anymore. It was the exhaustion of humanity, an exhaustion from facing endless choices, endless possibilities. Destiny was responding to this exhaustion. It wanted to eliminate choice, to give everyone a determined fate. How we stop it? Lily asked. Theoretically, we need to inject a counterwave of collective consciousness that embraces uncertainty, Zero said. But the required magnitude. Unless everyone in the city has such an epiphany simultaneously, it won't be enough. Kai looked at the spinning destiny. Then he made a decision. Guyu, he said, you can connect to the collective subconscious, right? Only receive. Can't send. Guyu said with difficulty. But what if we do it together? Kai looked at Zero. The three of us are all causality sensitives. Our connection might be able to form an amplifier. Zero understood what he meant. You want us to become a bridge? To amplify our courage to choose and inject it into the collective subconscious. Yes, Kai said, but not to impose. Just to show a possibility. To let people see what the other side of embracing uncertainty looks like. The risk is immense, Sarah warned. Your consciousness could be swallowed by the collective subconscious, and you might never return. It's what my father did all those years ago, Kai said softly. He chose to enter the temporal stasis layer to buy us the chance to choose. Now it's our turn. Zero took Kai's hand. Guyu also reached out, placing his hand on theirs. The causality threads of the three individuals became visible in the air, intertwining, and then extending, connecting to the spinning destiny. Their consciousness sank into an ocean. This time, it wasn't the collective consciousness of 47 sensitives. It was the collective subconscious ocean of the city's 8 million people. They saw a girl, sleepless before career choice, afraid of choosing wrong. An old man on his sickbed, regretting a decision he made in his youth. A couple, wavering between breaking up and getting back together. A student, having recurring nightmares about failing an exam. An investor, staring at the fluctuating stock market, his palms sweating. The anxiety of countless people, the what-ifs of countless people, the craving of countless people for the right answer. These cravings merged into a voice. Tell us the answer. Eliminate our choices. Set us free. The consciousnesses of Kai, Zero, and Guyu were like three lighthouses in the ocean. They didn't provide answers. They showed images. Kai showed. After losing his mother at 7, he chose to believe his father would return. Though painful, that period of waiting made him the person he became. Zero showed. After 30 years on the run, he chose to face Kai. Though afraid, that confrontation freed him from his loneliness. Guyu showed. After carrying guilt for 43 years, he chose to accept treatment. Though difficult, that acceptance made him feel like a person for the first time, not a tool. Then they showed more. The girl torn about her career. If she chose A, she might become a painter. If she chose B, she might become a teacher. Both paths held laughter and tears. The regretful old man. If he had chosen another path back then, he might not have met the love of his life, might not have had his present-day grandson. The wavering couple. Regardless of whether they split or reconciled, they would grow, they would learn something about love. There was no right answer, only different roads, different sceneries. What they transmitted wasn't a sermon, but an experience, allowing everyone to briefly feel, though while choosing is painful, it is the very freedom of choice that defines being alive. The ocean of the collective subconscious began to ripple. The shouts of, "Give me an answer," gradually faded into whispers. So, it's okay not to have an answer. So the sky won't fall if I choose wrong. So, pain is also a part of being alive. The golden sutures began to loosen, to break. The rotational speed of destiny slowed. But just then, they sensed another consciousness in the depths of the ocean. Isolated, enclosed, in the deepest part of the seabed. Guyu trembled. That is a part of me. No, it's a part of Gamma. That forgotten test subject, that unneeded cause. They swam towards the depths. On the seabed sat a boy. He looked to be 6 or 7, hugging his knees, his head buried in his arms. That was the deepest self-image in Guyu's heart. The child who survived the orphanage fire, but felt he should not have survived. The boy looked up, his eyes were hollow. "My bullet never flew," he said, "because no one needed it to hit. I am the unneeded cause, so I don't deserve an effect." Kai sat down beside him. "You are not a tool," Kai said. "You are a person. A person's value is not in being needed, but in existence itself." The boy looked at him. "But I caused death. 6 children died, and I lived. It's not fair. Life is never fair." Ling also sat down. "But the unfairness is not your fault. The caregiver who set the fire, that was his choice. You surviving was another child's choice. You have the right to live the right. To no longer carry the guilt for others' choices." Guyu, the present Guyu, walked to the boy and crouched down. "I've come to get you," he said. "Let's go home." The boy looked at him, tears streaming down. "Can I go home?" "Yes." Guyu held out his hand. "Because now we have a home." The boy took his hand and merged into his body. That part of the seabed was finally whole. The ocean of the collective unconscious calmed down. Destiny completely stopped spinning, fell back onto the platform, and returned to sleep mode. All the suture lines vanished. The points of light on the map returned to their normal silver, no longer marked in gold. Kai, Ling, and Guyu opened their eyes, returning to the real circular hall. All three were exhausted, but whole. Guyu touched his chest and said softly, "He's back. I'm no longer incomplete." Lily rushed over to check on them. "Are you guys okay?" "We're fine." Kai stood up, his legs a little weak. "This time it's really over. Ling looked at the calm destiny and suddenly said, "No, it's not completely over yet." He pointed beneath the platform. During the consciousness link just now, he had seen something there. Kai moved the platform aside, revealing a hidden compartment underneath. Inside was only a small metal box. Opening the box, there was a letter and a key. The letter was in Lin Yu's handwriting, dated the day before he died. To the final discoverer. If you're reading this, it means the test of destiny has been passed. Humanity has chosen freedom, not necessity. This key opens my private laboratory from my university days. There you will find my earliest research, not about controlling time, but about understanding it. And there are my diaries, photos of my wife, Chi's mother, and traces of my life as an ordinary man, not as the director of the bureau. If you ever meet Chi, please tell him. Dad finally understood that the most important thing isn't designing the perfect gun, but learning to embrace an imperfect life. This key is the inheritance I leave for him. Not power, not technology, but memory. May time be gentle with you. Lin Yu. The key was ordinary, made of brass, with a small name tag hanging from it. Lin Yu and Su Yu, Chi's mother's name. Ling picked up the key, held it in his palm, and said nothing for a long time. Kai patted his shoulder. "Go see it," he said. "I'll go with you." 1 year later, New Kyoto City had completely recovered from the temporal scar pollution. Yangshi Alley was transformed into the Time Memory Park, preserving some historical buildings but adding green spaces and public art. The location of No. 43 was now a shallow pool, with a laser projection at the bottom displaying the story of time every night. Not beautified, not concealed, just presented. The Temporal Symbiosis Center was operating well. The number of guides had tripled, handling daily temporal scar incidents and also providing causality counseling, not to predict fate, but to help people understand their own patterns of choice. Kai and Ling were still special consultants, but spent more time training and guiding new recruits. Their connection had become a form of tacit understanding. No words were needed. A look, a thought, and the other would understand. Guyu became an official guide, specializing in helping those who develop survivor's guilt or choice anxiety due to temporal scars. His own past became the bridge for him to understand others. Lena is the chairwoman of the Public Oversight Committee, ensuring every decision of the center is transparent and open. Her sister, Emily, with her memory partially recovered, now volunteers at the park, tending to the violets in the garden. Lily inherited her father's data church and transformed it into a bar called Temporal Mix. It has now become a community center, where old hunters tell their stories, new guides study history, and ordinary people go for a glass of a possibility cocktail to hear the bartender's fictional tales of what if you had chosen a different path. Chun Yuan, after a year in the technical department, requested a transfer to the archives to organize and annotate historical materials. He said he wanted to turn past mistakes into future references. Sarah and Chun Yan jointly launched a temporal psychology course, and enrollment was overwhelming. Life goes on, imperfect but real. The sunlight is beautiful today. Kai stands on the rebuilt sky, corridor No. 7, no longer a simple passageway, but an observation deck flanked by plants, including a small patch of violets planted specially by Lena. The wind blows and the violets sway. The scar between Kai's eyebrows glows faintly in the sunlight. No longer stinging, just warm, like the gentle touch of an old friend. Zero stands on the rooftop of the opposite building, 300 meters away, but through their conscious connection, it's as if they are side by side. Zero says in his mind. Kai closes his eyes. A vibration comes from the scar. The city's flow of time, steady and diverse. Some people hurry on their way, some stroll leisurely, some struggle with choices, some celebrate decisions. Countless tributaries converge, separate, and converge again. And beneath it all, the heartbeat of time itself. Vast, gentle, eternal. He smiles. I hear it. The wind blows through the city, through time, through all the bullets that have landed and those yet to land. There is no final answer, no inevitable end. Only this moment, this ocean they have chosen to swim through together. And in the depths of the ocean, the heartbeat of time continues, gentle, uncertain, beating. This story began with a question. If a bullet flew for 30 years, what would it bring? The answer is, it depends on who catches it and how. Kai and Zero chose to turn the bullet into a bridge. Guyu chose to turn guilt into understanding. Chen Yuan ultimately chose to turn madness into reflection. Lin Yu, at the last moment, chose to turn control into letting go. No one is born perfect. Everyone is in flight. Everyone is searching for a place to land. And what we call growth is perhaps learning to adjust our posture in mid-flight, learning to soften the landing, learning to turn scars into maps, to guide ourselves and to guide others. Thank you for reading this story. May the landing of your bullet be not an end, but a beginning. May your time always have a heartbeat. May your choices always be free.